this is Mr. Everything. We're gathering in Discord as soon as everybody gets in. We'll be jumping into the game probably in just the next couple of minutes. Just hang in there. We'll be right on. we go. We got the stream active. Okay, we got a lot to knock out here in the early hours of the game. We're gonna I'm gonna do a little recap what happened last week, and then we'll get deep into it. Last week you had just finished defeating the Titans and the ancient Titan Kentamine. The city was destroyed. Everybody, it started raining. Everybody was rejoicing. Yada and the yada. And then time was going into a extended period of recovery where the city was being rebuilt, people were spreading out, new settlements were being established, refugees were forming outside the city, and a lot of the Ultros crew had gone back to their normal lives, and everything, the world had basically returned to normality. Now, the problem with normality is the gods, the people thought they were worshiping, were actually dragons. And so a lot of the people feel like they were misled by the five gods, but the world has basically been appeased in that they understand that they were dragons originally, but were elevated to godhood, and then their godhood was stripped from them. So that wasn't like a malicious, like a ruse or anything to the people. So people forgave them. But there's really only one current god that the people are worshiping at this time, which was Mitros, because she gave her life and ascended to the heavens. So you guys went about doing your business, and we'll get into that here in a bit. And then I skipped ahead 5 years, and you were approached by an Oread, a nymph that actually she's labeled as an ancient nymph. Her name is Echo, and she begged you to assist her husband, to rescue her husband. Many attempts have been made to rescue her husband, and Pythor can attest to at least leading 12 assaults and failing in every attempt. And so this would be like lucky 13, right? Well, but the reason why it's imperative now is because Narsis, her husband, has discovered a way to create godhood on creatures. There's a ritual that can be performed, a spell that can be cast, and people can be elevated to godhood. And if this ability was to fall into the wrong hands, it would mean disaster for the right hands, or whatever, the left hand versus the right hand. So she says that you would need to get in there and rescue him so that that knowledge could not fall into the enemy's hands. And the enemy being Aresia. Aresia is basically a separate kingdom that doesn't ally with Mitros and Astoria. They 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 basically have a border, and you don't cross it, and they have their own peninsula, and they're on the other side of the continent, etc., etc. There is trade between the kingdoms, but it's kind of like currently it was kind of like a Cold War. It's like there's hostility between the two kingdoms, but there's no armies marching upon each other. Okay, and so you guys, Kyra flew you over to the Eurasian Peninsula, and then turned into her normal human shape, her elven shape, and you guys walked into the city as traveling merchants, travelers, adventurers, what have you. And you've gone into Aresia, and you kind of looked around a little bit. You found a bar / tavern. You went in and kind of met a Minotaur local and the bartender, and that's kind of where we ended it. Where you guys haven't really had a chance to visit the city very much. You've only really gone to one place. You walked through or by a bunch of other places, but the only place you really visited so far is the tavern, which is perfectly a reasonable starting location for any adventure. And that was the end of the session. Okay, so now in this session, what we're going to do is we're going to go back in time, back to where it all began. Not where it all began, but where the recovery period began. So the war is freshly over. You guys are splitting up, and I'm gonna kind of just speed through a lot of this because most of this is downtime activities, and so we don't need to role play 5 years worth of, okay, I go and talk to this guy, I go and talk to this guy, I get this scroll, and I go fight this guy, and we do this. I don't need any of that. That's why you gave me those write-ups, and you told me what you wanted to do. I went through and I evaluated it, and I basically broke it down, and I'm going to kind of try to do this dream sequence of what happens over the next 5 years. But there might be some scenes that you have to interact with me because I don't know all the answers, right? So, or there's some questions that I need answered. Okay, so on the map, I've already named the towns, and you made suggestions on what you wanted your towns named, but that is not exactly how that works. And they came to be. Ptolemia is where Ptolemy has established his outpost, which is at in the Mithril Mountains, near Indigo Island and Dragon Island. He's kind of in between the two, and at the end of a river in a deep ford where like shipping can come in, and so you can establish like a little settlement there where it's got a nice port, and the farmland is nearby, so it's pretty good. And most of the mercantile activities in that area would be mining, and it would be mostly what do you call it? The commerce would be based upon like minerals, mining, stonework, and stuff like that. Okay, and then Electopolis is further south, and just over the river is a fairly sizable crop area on the other side of a very small mountain ridge. So and there's trees in that area, so there's a mixed market there. So there would be lumber being produced, as well as like olives and dates and stuff like that. There's a lot of the like fruity type vineyards and stuff like that. Maybe some grapes and stuff like that. Okay, and now Hylas, uh, because of his basically his write-up, he establishes this is something that Alecto wanted to happen, and Hylas took it upon himself to actually do this, was to establish a settlement at the Mithril Forge, and Hylas Corios. Okay, so it's basically a town that has sprung up at the top of the waterfall above the Mithril Forge, and it's near the old woods. And believe it or not, it's mostly dwarves, but there are a few fey creatures, but fey creatures don't normally reside in towns. That's a little uncomfortable for them. But there are some centaurs that come through. There are some satyrs that live in the area and stuff like that. Okay. And of course, Andromaca has gone to Astoria to take the throne, and he's doing a co-rulership with Honora, Honora being his sister, and they rule together. Now, this is something that you need to know, is that Honora does not oppose you ruling with her, but you can tell that she's annoyed by it, because she's trained all of her life to be a ruler, which is only about 20 years. She's actually very young. She's trained all of her life to be the ruler, and you, coming out of nowhere, being this great hero, step in and just take over. So she knows her place, and she doesn't oppose it in any way, but you can tell it's eating at her, that she has to like cooperate with you. She knows how to run the city. You've got a lot of good ideas and you want to do a bunch of things, but she has different opinions on how things are run, and there's a little bit of conflict between you two, but not to the point where she opposes you. Just so you know, Honora she's got that kind of it should be me attitude. Okay, now in Mitros, you got Elias, who took over as king. Now, using his magic, going around helping as much as he can, rebuilding. Now, during the time of rebuilding Mitros, Astoria sends a good number of soldiers and woodworkers and any carpenters and stonemasons and stuff like that sends a bunch of their populace down to Mitros to lend a hand, and basically they're garrisoned there for about 6 months. And then about that time, they have to return home to tend to their own businesses and their own what have you. And in that time, Astoria actually lowers their taxes, which motivates the merchants and the nobles and the local farmers and business owners and all that stuff. And business prospers because, in a way, by not taking so many taxes from the people, it allows them those extra gold pieces to spend on the economy and what have you. But by not collecting the taxes, it causes a little bit of a strain to send a bunch of people to Mitros to work and not collect taxes. The Astoria soldiers are suffering, and the government is suffering, and the infrastructure of Astoria is suffering but the people are okay with it because it's a sacrifice they have to make for their brothers in Mitros to make sure everything is rebuilt. But I do want you to know that they're not poor per se. The people are thriving, but the town is falling apart, and the military is not being supplied with their proper equipment and stuff like that because the taxes have been dropped. But after 6 months, that's not a long time. After about 6 months, the taxes revert to normal and life returns to normal. It was just a short amount of time that the people will remember in the future that they sacrificed to help Mitros. It's just like a notch on their belt, you know. Okay, so Mitros returns to normal after about a year. That's no problem. They return to normal. Now, in that time, Elias is hoping to expand his spell book, right, and develop items for himself or the party, and acquire knowledge, and that's admirable. The reality of it, and this is something that I as a game master, I thought about this long and hard, and I decided that I'm going to stick to my guns, and I'm going to honor the way the world is supposed to be run and not break it. And so this is the way it is. It's probably in your notes. I put a comment on the to-do list. If you open up the to-do list, there is a number of part of the storyline is on there. You cannot research magic in any way. That's not a thing. There's no learning spells outside of character advancement. So if you want, you can learn any spell on the spell list when you level up, right? You get two spells that you get to pick anytime you level up. That simulates or reflects the fact that you are researching those spells. That is how you've learned those. You've spent your years saying, hey, I want this, and I'm going to use this spell as an example, Fabricate. I'm studying Fabricate, I'm experimenting with it, I'm trying to figure out how to get it to work, etc. And then when your character gains the level and you're allowed to pick 2 spells, at that point you can pick Fabricate and put it in your spellbook because you had already spent all the time researching it. Another way you can learn spells is to find someone else's spellbook that has already researched these spells, and you can add those, you can direct copy them basically over to your spellbook. Now, there is a university in Mitros of a large selection of wizards, but I'm going to tell you, they all are horrible. It's like most of the wizards there have 1 or 2 spells in their spellbook. They are not player characters. They are not heroes. They're not Elminster. They are your local spellcaster that knows 1 or 2 spells. Or maybe the Grand Master or the Headmaster, I think he's got something like 10 spells in his spellbook. And I think he's even a lower level than you are. So they're not going to really be able to support you in those spells. But because you're the king and they're willing to do this with no problem at all, you can look at whatever spells they have and you could copy all of their spells into your spellbook because you can order them to allow you to do that. That's no problem. And they don't mind doing it because they know you're the king and they value their lives. And so I put that list of what available spells are, and you're going to look at that spell list and you're going to say, what? I can't believe it. These spells all suck. No, they don't. They don't all suck, but they don't really have a whole bunch of spells. The only way you're going to be able to find other spells is through spell scrolls, spell books, or leveling up. You also asked a question, and this is one I wondered if anybody was going to ask, and you did. There are no teleportation circles that you know of. Are there any? Maybe. You just haven't run across any yet. You don't know, and nobody's reported any. If you had the teleportation spell, I think you can create a teleportation circle by casting the spell every day for a year at a certain spot. And so if you had the spell and if you had 5 years, you could make 5, you could travel around and like put one in each of the towns or something like that if you wanted to do that. But I don't think you do. I don't remember. I don't think you do. Now, I know there was a question about magic items as well. Okay. Magic items, don't think of them as items. Don't think of them as like armor that you can go down to the blacksmith and have somebody make you a helm of brilliance or whatever. It's not like that. Magic items are not made, they're found. Okay, so can you make a +1 anything? Yes. You as a wizard have the ability to create anything as a +1. So if you want a +1 shield, you can make it. If you want a +1 sword, you can make it. If you want a +1 breastplate, you can make it. But can you make a breastplate of Balmetria? No, you cannot. Can you make a helm of brilliance? No, you cannot. There is one person who can do that, and that is Vulcan, but that's only because he came from the mainland and brought this knowledge with him, and he is over 700 years old. Basically, he spent his entire life being a smith, and you need special materials and stuff like that. So don't uh, don't think that you can make, like, I don't know, what's a cheap and inexpensive magic item, like um,
Those goggles of dark vision.
a goggles of dark vision. You might be able to create something like that if you have a spell that if you already have a spell that allows you to cast a spell that gives you dark vision, and you have a recipe to create a goggles of dark vision, then you can create it. All magic items other than +1 require a recipe. Okay, but having said that, you do have um, the opportunity to request a legendary magic item to be created by Vulcan at the Mithril Forge. It'll only take him a year, and you got 5 years, so that's no problem. You can have him make any legendary magic item that you guys want, and you as a party can decide that. And that's something I want to have done before we return to Arisia. So be thinking about that in the background. Okay, but if you open up the to-do list, there's a couple of things that we have to do before we start doing our I'm going to break off and okay, let me just touch on a few more things. I'm jumping around. Okay, Andromaca has started a yearly ceremony where he travels to this tower right there. Nope, that tower is right here. And he's creating a ceremony for people to remember, the quest and the chosen, and the people you lost along the way, and the sacrifices people had to make, and the defeat of the Titans, and basically celebrating the whole victory over the Titans. And over the next few years, this ceremony begins to become popularized. People are starting to flock to this area. I'm going to say they have pilgrimages. People will travel there to see the sights, and to have a big party, a celebration, fireworks and all that stuff. And so over time, that becomes very popular. People go and do this. Ptolemy, you have an outpost established. Now, what does that mean? Well, if you go to your handouts, and this is everybody, if you go to your handouts, you can look at your settlements tab folder, and in there you should have the name of your town. And if you open it, it tells you how many people are there. Now, that's the default, right? Outpost 1000 is the default that everyone is starting with. Basically, they flock to you. They become your most stout followers, and they believe in you, and they think what you did was the best. If you want to upgrade your outpost, which is free, you can upgrade it, and you can use jewelry to pay for this. If you want it to be a village, it's only 10,000 gold. If you want it to be a town, it's only 20,000 gold. And then if you want to establish a city, it's 40,000 gold.
I can do village, but beyond that, be too expensive.
Okay, so yeah, so just drop off 10,000 gold, and what I'll do is we'll update your Ptolemia to village, which is 4,000 population. And village. Okay, so what does that do to your soldiery? Well, it raises it from 50 to 100. And your officers, there are 4. Okay, now what does that mean? Well, that means that if at any point you need soldiers, you can draw upon them. Okay, they are loyal to you. They will march with you. If you want to go attack if you want to go attack Electopolis, you can take your 100 soldiers and 4 officers with you, and you can march on Electopolis. Now, Electopolis, I do believe I set you up at, because you were initially going to pay 25,000 gold. I dropped it down to 20,000. Okay, so you did not spend the full 25, and that should have given you 8,000, which I did not put on there. Okay, so let's mark that with your population is 8,000. It's considered a town, and you have 250 soldiers. And what is that? 10 officers? Yep, 10 officers.
Yes.
And Mitros is already a city, so you don't have to upgrade it to anything. Basically, it's just being repaired. But that over the next 5 years, it does get repaired. You don't have to pay any extra. So basically, you get a freebie. It's got a population of 16,500 soldiers and 20 officers. Astoria, same. Astoria is a town, so it has 8,250. Yeah, and if you want to upgrade Astoria to a city, it would only cost an additional 20,000. That's for you, Andromica. Do you want to upgrade it, or are you content with it being a town?
I'd have to check my funds, and I just got to the house. Eventually, yes, but there's more to talk about on that.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that, after. You don't have to do it in this immediate 5-year period. You can do it afterwards.
Well, if I have 20,000, and my sister thinks it's a good idea, then yes.
I don't think she says, well, she personally can't afford it, but because you and the city can't afford it, but because you were an adventurer and you went out and looted all these dragon hordes and stuff like that, you might be able to do that.
I'm seeing maybe 5,000 you could pull together. So I don't think you can.
Yep. So just hold on to that. Okay. Okay. Because of your fame, your fame has made a big jump because of Praxis, Sidon, Lutheria, Kentamane, the whole Titan War, the end of times, and all that. You've jumped to 15 out of 20, so you're pretty high up in the fame area. Now, Well, what that means is, and this is kind of a negative. If you refuse a quest, like if someone approaches you and has a quest, now it'll be up to the dungeon master to decide whether or not that quest is a worthwhile quest or not. And I'm not going to tell you. But if that quest is worthwhile and you refuse the quest because you don't have time or you got 2 quests running already or whatever, but if you refuse the quest, you have a potential to lose up to 6 fame. Basically,
Nice.
people are like, disenchanted with you. Okay, so now anytime you make a public appearance, now it has to be pretty much like a parade or a big ceremony or, a State of the Union address or something like that. You get together with, in public and you make a big, massive appearance, shake hands, kiss babies, all that stuff. Every time you do that, you'll receive gifts from the population. They throw things at you. I defaulted and said you did that about twice a year for the last 5 years. So you're each going to receive 10 gifts. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. We'll do those towards the end. I'm parched. I'm probably going to have to get another drink after that. Okay. Something I need to ask every party member, and I'm going to have to try to jot this down. I'm probably going to pull the Mitros, Ptolemia, Lectopolis. I'm going to have to pull all those out and type in them. But, and we'll go down the line one at a time. Each of you have 3 shrines built in your name. And when I say your, I mean you specifically, not as a party. So like Hylas, you have 3 shrines built in your name, and it's your choice to decide where those 3 shrines are located. And each of these shrines has a priest and a bard loyal to you that maintains the shrine. So, I don't know, let's say you've got a shrine at Astoria, and the next time you're in Astoria, you go and shake hands and say hi to the priest or whatever, or if you need healing, or the bard is there to tell your tale about how great you are, stuff like that. And so basically, you can't have a shrine in each of the towns, because there's 5, but you have 3 of them built. You'll have more built if your fame goes up, but right now, because your fame is at 15, you have 3 shrines built. Where would you like your 3 shrines? I'm going to assume the first one is going to be in your own town.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me add that.
So I take it like it's just going to be in one of our settlements, though, right?
No, you can, if you want to have a roadside shrine, you can, but I don't necessarily recommend it, but yes,
Yeah.
you can do it.
All right. All right. No, I wasn't gonna do that. I was just clarifying to make sure.
Yeah. And if you want to have one of your shrines built on one of the islands, you can do that too.
All right. I think one in Mitros, or what remains of it.
Right. Well,
Uh,
it's being rebuilt.
Yeah, but yeah, one there because that's where.
Everyone's at.
Well, yeah, and it's the site of our victory against the Titans and whatnot.
Right, and I'm going to assume it's the center of where all the Dragonlords are being trained.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other one. I'm trying to think of where. Trying to think of a good place.
Also, I didn't ask you this, but did you want to upgrade your settlement?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how much are you paying? Either 10,000, 20,000, or 40,000.
Yeah, let's go 40,000.
Well, damn.
Why not?
You've got 40,000 gold?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, mark that sucker off. Okay, you're going to be a city. It might not be completed in 5 years, but it is definitely paid for. And you'll have, when it's all said and done, 16,000 people and 500 soldiers and 20 officers.
All right.
And a shrine.
Yeah.
And it is mostly dwarven because of the mines.
All right.
Which they work mostly the mines.
Yeah.
They're not all dwarven, but yeah, just mostly.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's upgraded. Got it. Do you want to think about it?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get back to you.
For some reason, the map isn't showing up for me, but so I'm trying to as well. Yeah. So I'm kind of using the handout list to go through and see the various cities that we've been to.
Okay, hang on. Let me switch it back and forth. Maybe that'll help you out.
No.
Refresh. Okay, so let's go down the line. Elias, you get 3 shrines. Where would you like them?
Mitros, Astoria, and
Okay.
I guess Electopolis.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Damn.
I'll allow it, but it won't be like, no offense, but it won't be like,
It has to be outside the town walls.
no, not outside the town walls, but just
It's not something you have any control over.
oh, I got
Yeah, you can't say you can't do that.
I see it more as a people wanting to build it than
Right.
me
It's
wanting
not
to
a
build it.
government controlled place.
Oh, gotcha.
It's maintained
Yeah, I
all
got
by itself.
It's not like, hey, I'm gonna put this statue right next to yours.
Right.
I'm gonna
Even though you do have a
ban-
few statues all over the place. There are statues of everybody everywhere. Those are starting to sprout up. Okay, so great. Got that. And Dromica,
Oh,
where
but-
would you like your shrines?
Images depicting Leonin are banned in Electopolis.
Oh no.
Oh
I'm
Lord.
kidding. I'm kidding.
Andromica. Shrines. Where are they?
Me?
Yes. You get 3. Where do you want them?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No.
I just switched from my computer to my phone and vice versa. You did say my name, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, well.
Probably.
Astoria.
Weird. Okay.
They could be anywhere, right?
Yeah, it can technically be anywhere.
Okay. Well then, let's throw one up at the Mithril Forge. Because
Okay.
my uncle's there or my grandfather.
Right.
And then I want to have one put up at, let me find the island. It's the island where Thylea is at.
A golden heart.
The Golden Heart. That'll do.
I thought you were enacting a policy of nothing can be done on that island.
That's
Mr.
perfect.
Andromica.
Nobody's got. They're building it there, and I'm not doing it.
Yes, but you're having them build it there.
Right.
I don't know nothing about it. What are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. That would be against my virtues. I would not allow it to be built. Send it home to my Leonin tribesmen. Let one be built there.
You
Can't?
No, the
All right, put it in
Leonins. The Leonins come from off this continent.
Well, then put it in the Scruffle City. Scruffle's right. I said nothing is touching that island.
Okay.
Nothing except a statue of yourself? Oh, I see.
I decree.
Mr. Hero.
Hylas, you got your last shrine yet? Still thinking? Yep. Okay. And
Yeah. I think I'm going to build the last one on. You know what? How about this thought?
Arisia.
Why not? Easier.
What?
Arisia.
That's impossible.
Okay.
Yeah, you send a priest and a bard to go make a shrine in Arisia, and you get their heads returned.
You have one in Astoria?
I do not. So why not there?
Okay. All right, sounds good. And Scruffle, where are yours at?
One in Mitros, obviously, on the site of the destroyed Colossus. The one across from the working
unfortunately, no.
Oh, darn. But Mitros, anyways.
They'll put it in the site of the old Temple of the Five, which was torn down.
Ouch.
Or down? It was such a nice building.
Yeah. It was. Also, the Temple of Sidon's torn down. The Temple of Lutheria's torn down.
There's just a lot of free real estate.
Rebuilding. Yeah, they're rebuilding a temple to Mitros.
How much would it cost for a summer home to be built on the site of the Temple of Sidon?
I don't know, 100,000. That's between you and Elias. But okay, so you got your you got one in Mitros. That's the only place you got one.
I was thinking the Mossy Temple or like right here where the roads sort of split in between Mitros and the Mithril Forge, kind of like a little waypoint for travelers.
Yeah, you definitely can do that.
But like the Mossy Temple would work for that too. But at the
it'll
very
be,
least,
it'll be
right here.
near the Mossy Temple.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the third one.
Because that's not really on the road; it's a little off the road. But you would put it more on the road for travelers.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the third one. Thinking Ptolemaea is looking pretty light on.
You don't want one in your own
Scruffle.
town?
Well, they have the real thing.
So you don't want one in your town?
Yeah, I'll put it there. In Electopolis.
Okay.
It's gonna be awkward to walk by though.
I know, right?
Especially like if I start gaining weight like Pythor did, and they have statues of me.
I know. Or,
can imagine
or
it being
you
young.
walk by and you see somebody peeing on it.
But yeah, that's my 3.
Okay, yeah, Ptolemy.
Ptolemaea, Astoria, on the side of my parents' death, and Mitros.
Okay. Did you say Mitros?
Yeah, Mitros was the last one.
Okay.
And I have subtracted my 20,000 gold. Excellent.
And you said where? Astoria?
Yeah, on the location of my parents' death.
Your parents died at Astoria?
Yeah, I was born in Astoria, so I'm assuming they were killed there as well.
Yeah. Well, they might have been a farmer in the immediate area. Is that what you're saying? Like, wherever they died, that's where you want it built?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. All right. So just FYI, your town only has one shrine, and it's to you.
Sounds
All
good.
the other places have 2 or more shrines.
I almost put one there.
That's all right. That's all right.
Just limited.
No. Okay. That's great. So you actually, anytime you're in those areas, if you need to consult with your personal bard or your personal priests, you can. These are not temples, they're just shrines. Okay, a shrine is like an open air, roadside, maybe a statue, maybe an offering plate, maybe someplace where somebody can kneel and pray and stuff like that. Okay. Last thing, each player, we're going to need to roll for gifts. And then you can either add these to your character sheet or you can just throw them into a party pool. I recommend adding them to your character sheet and then just selling them later or whatever. I want to see if I have a table on Roll20 that allows me to roll. If I do, we will. Critical hit. No, that's not it. I'm scrolling. I'm looking. I see flow charts. No, I don't want any of that junk. Events. Nope, doesn't look like I have it. Or I got rid of them. Okay, so we'll just Interesting. Uh, what we'll do is I'll pull out a hardback and we'll just
Do it the old-fashioned way.
do it the old-fashioned way.
Oh, real quick while we have a second, are we actually saying that the eternal apples we had left are gone, or are we holding on
they're
to
all
those?
gone.
Because it has been 5 years.
Yeah.
Do they
So-
rot ever?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
They turned to apple cider after a while.
All right, I'll take them off my character sheet.
I mean, we don't use them that often, usually after a fight, but... So I'll take my 2 away. I'm just making sure my character sheet is up to date. Gave Ptolemy my spare shield. I emptied all my stuff off the Ultros. I have to get rid of a lot of it now because I don't want it.
Anything I said I did last session didn't happen. So
Oh? The...
well, I
bunker?
can't add spells, so
Oh. I figured you got 1 or 2 of those from your level up.
I did 1 or 2, but I added like 12 spells, so I had to take them all off.
Well, that's a shame.
Okay. Sounds lesser. I love how they use 2 different terms. Okay, well it doesn't matter. Okay, we're gonna use this table right here, and we're gonna start with who's first on my list. Oh yeah, let's just close that. There. High list is first. Okay, high list, give me 10 percentile rolls.
That should be 10.
Okay, that should be close to 10. Okay, good. Okay, if you roll a 1 to a 50, which I see 1, 2, 3 of those, right? Wait. Okay, I didn't scroll down far enough. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those?
You actually got a 1. Good job.
Yeah, 5 of those are your standard run-of-the-mill potions of healing. So you can just put 5 potions of healing on your character sheet. You got a 51 to 60 twice. Yep, twice. You receive 2 spell scrolls. And I'm in the wrong book. I don't know. Give me half a second. You get 2 spell scrolls. One is Friends, and the other one is Light. Okay. Okay, that was up to 60, right? Yep.
Yep.
The next one goes up to 70, which I don't think you have. And then the next one is up to 90.
Looks like you got 3.
Yeah, the 84, 87, 88. Okay. And that would finish you off. Also, spell scrolls. Unseen Servant, Sleep, and Magic Missile. Now, can you use those spell scrolls? You cannot. They are wizard spell scrolls. So if you want to share, or if you want to hold on and sell later, or give as a gift, because it was given to you as a gift, however you want to do it. Okay, so moving on. Next person is Elias. I need 10 percentile rolls. Now, you can, I think you can just do
10 D100.
10 D100. I think you could do that. Like if I went to the advanced dice roller and went with 10. I'm just checking my own thing here.
I get Unseen Servant.
Yeah, it works. Okay, either way. So, what do we got here? We got
4 and
1
up
to
to
50. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Okay. So 4 healing potions. Okay. And then the 50 to 60, you got 1, right? Yeah. Dancing Lights. Get a scroll of Dancing Lights. And then, oh wait, and the next one is 61 to 70. You do, you've got one of those. Okay, so you get a potion of climbing. And then 71 to 90, you get 2 of those, 3 of those. 3 of those. You get False Life. These are scrolls. false life, disguise self, and color spray. All right. That was a lot easier. Okay, so let's do who's next on my list? Andromica, I need 10D100. Oh, nice. Okay, so you pretty much got this chart down. 1 to 50 means a potion of healing. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4 of those.
Three in the 60 to 70.
But we're looking at 51 to 60.
Okay.
I got 1 of those. 1. Okay. A scroll of Mage Hand. And then what'd you say, 61 to 70?
3.
Yeah. So you get 3 potions of climbing. And then 71 to 90? Nope.
2.
Where?
Or 1. 1. 73.
73. All right, there it is. Yep. And you get a scroll of Tasha's Hideous Laughter. And last one is 93. Oh, it's another scroll.
Ooh.
He's like, I don't know about this one.
Well, no, I found a new thing. If you add an S to the end of your like 10D100,
Yeah.
It'll sort the results
In order?
in ascending order. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Or SD for descending. I'm gonna try it. It worked.
Okay. Oh, the last scroll was a scroll of darkness. And that should be your 10 items. And then Scruffle made his roll. 1 to 50 is Potion of Healing. So that'd
I
be
get
3, right? And then 51 to 60.
I got 2.
You got 2 of these. A scroll of mending
Mm.
and a scroll of mage hand.
Okay.
Those are bard spells. Well, I guess a wizard could cast those as well, I think. But okay, the next one is 65. It's 61 to 70. Yep, 1. Potion of climbing.
Excellent.
Potions of climbing must be really super common. Okay. 71 to 90. It's 3. Okay. Okay, a scroll of Featherfall.
Ooh.
A scroll of Healing Word. And a scroll of Identify.
Okay.
And then the last one. Okay. Keep flipping back. A scroll of magic mouth.
That's lame, but I'll take it.
Well, you know, these aren't
Yeah.
like high-end items here.
It was a gift.
It was a gift. Okay, Ptolemy, we're on you.
Okay.
So I guess the best. Oh, you already did it. Okay.
With no S.
With no S.
Oh, sorry. I should have done the S.
So you got
Okay.
4 potions of healing.
Did you count that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. 4 potions of healing.
3 in the 50 to 60.
Okay. Interesting. You get a scroll of bless, a scroll of cure wounds, and a scroll of purify food and drink.
And then he's got 2 in the 70 to 80 range and 1 that's 82.
How about 61 to 70?
Nothing.
Okay. 70 to 90.
3. And that'll finish him off.
Okay. 3 more scrolls. Hold on. Okay. I already gave you the cure wounds and the purify food and drink. One more is detect magic. And then the other 2 were mislabeled. A scroll of mending and a scroll of ray of frost. Those last 2 are wizards. Okay, I think that's everybody's 10 gifts.
I need a scroll case now.
Or a settlement. Okay,
Any
so
chance?
what's that?
I was gonna ask if any chance that this was people want to give me some of the scrolls.
Yeah, you can negotiate with them to because you can copy those to your spell book if you would like.
Yeah.
Anything that's a wizard spell.
I don't remember who has them, but could
I'm gonna
use
drop my list
Unseen
in chat.
Servant. I wrote them all down. I don't remember who has them, but
Hylas has Unseen Servant.
could I get that?
What are you offering for it?
You want like some gold?
It's probably worth about 100 gold-ish, somewhere in there. Nothing too elaborate, but also, he's your friend. So
I'm going to offer you peanuts here. Get your peanuts.
I'm offering to cast it at will instead of once.
All right.
They're all like below level 3, so
Yeah.
all right. So darkness.
Andromica has that.
Dramica, could I get that?
Oh yeah, you can get that.
So yeah, okay. Mending
You can have mine.
and Ray of Frost.
I've got that. You can have it.
I got one from each of you. Cool, thanks. And it'll cost me 200 gold.
No, it
coffee
doesn't cost
visit.
you anything to transfer.
Okay.
Yeah, you have people to do that for you. No, I'm kidding. You it costs you, but you're the king.
All right.
Yeah, you don't have to pay for minor things like that.
You have Mitros, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is my thanks to you for letting me build my shrine here.
Yeah.
No problem.
The cost of building our shrines in your town is our scrolls.
Yeah, anything
Now I
that's
can mend your statues.
Or the Colossus I had a lot of damage done to.
yeah, just going forward, just to let you know, anything that's a minor cost, like if you need some rope, or if you need a bucket, or if you need a wheelbarrow, or if you need a wagon, or maybe an ox or anything like that, the town will just give that to you. But
Is an ox a minor cost?
it is, 50 to 100 gold.
I was thinking of the really good ones we were looking at that were like 1,000.
No, not a white one. Okay, so anything that's like a little like if you just need to go get some paper in a quill, or anything, pretty much anything out of the player's handbook, basic equipment list. If you need that, you just go to the local shop and say hand it over, and they, and they do. You don't want to do that a lot, because that'll seed them with like a tyrant. They'll start thinking of you as someone that just demands of them all the time. But every now and then, if you just need something, you can just get it. And if you want to pay for it, you could do that as well, to make sure you're not putting too much of a strain on your people. Okay, so we're going to jump into sometime within the next 5 years. Okay, you guys are all visiting together at Mitros. You do this from time to time. You check on the status of the city being rebuilt. You visit with your friends. You probably see each other every week, because you have dragons that can just fly you around wherever you want to go. So you are pretty much everywhere all the time. So don't really worry about that so much. There's not a whole lot of things that you encounter in the air that will mess with someone riding a dragon. Okay, so you don't get a lot of random encounters in the air that you need to worry about. Are there bandits out and about messing with people? Yes. Is that something you really concern yourself with? Yes and no. You do, but you have soldiers that patrol the area, and you have this new Dragonlord group starting to form, and they are the ones that will be doing that kind of stuff. You are heroes. You're not like the local. You're not like the local policeman. Okay, so at one of these times, one of these get-togethers, you're at Mitros, and you are visited in your throne room by your good friend Bullbug. Bullbug comes into the throne room, and he's got about 4 minotaurs with him, and they are all armed to the teeth. He's taken his winnings from his adventures with the Chosen to equip a small army of his own. And he brings these 4 minotaurs into the throne room. Yes, they all wait at the foyer, or there's like a waiting area just outside, like there's like an awning porch, open air porch or whatever. Normally that's where the dragon riders would fly in and land, and they would leave their dragons there when they would come in. So they like a hitching post area. But it's really not that big. It can hold maybe 2 or 3 smaller dragons. But Bulbug's out there and he's waiting to see the King Elias. Now Valis is with you. She's there visiting. Kyra's there. They are all friends of the court and all that. There's probably some local noblemen / merchants that attend your get-togethers because they let you know the status of the economy and what's going on, and their needs and their wants. Like, we need this, we need that, and you have to wave your hand and say yes or no to these requests. And apparently Bulbug has come to the court to make a request, and he's outside. What do you want to do?
Let him in. So
okay, so you holler out to your guards, let him in. Okay, so Bulbug comes on in, and he stomps forward, and he pretends to know what he's doing. He walks forward, he bows, and then he stands in front of you.
What can I do for you, Bulbug?
King Elias, I've come to request of you a great. I know this might be hard, or I know this might be a sore subject, but I can't let this go on any longer, and I need to know where you stand on this. I know that there is a policy in Mitros where minotaurs are captured and brought into town and sold to people as servants. And where I come from, that's slavery. What do you plan to do about it?
Out of character, is this the only form of slavery that I know of in the...
Okay, the previous king outlawed slavery in Mitros. Okay. Valis, you know this happens in town, but they get around the previous king's proclamation by saying it's not slavery because these minotaurs are they have sworn an oath of service to pay off some debt they had, right? They acquired some debt somehow. Maybe they spent all their money in the inn. Maybe they were in the brothel too long, or they've gone broke and they can't repay a debt, or maybe they killed an animal that they shouldn't have killed or something. So to repay their debt to society, they have sworn an oath of service to these merchants, and then the merchants turn around and sell that oath of service to anyone that wants to pay gold.
All right.
So it's not technically slavery in the truest form, because these minotaurs have voluntarily entered into an agreement where their debt would be paid off by swearing an oath. But Bulbug says that that's taking good people and forcing them when they're down to swear an oath that they're bound to keep, but something different could be done. And then it's sold. It's like these guys that are swearing the service don't know what they're getting themselves into. There's got to be some other alternative.
Inform Bulbug of this situation and then ask him, what would you have me do?
Have these merchants release their minotaurs from their oaths of service and find some other way to repay their debt that doesn't involve the trade of my kind amongst the nobles of this town. The ones that can afford them will hire them as either bodyguards or just manservants, or just use them as oxen in the fields.
So servitude, but without the oath.
Well, I don't know the answer. I just know that the oath binds them, and there's got to be some other way than slavery. I know it's not, they don't call it slavery, but it is.
Basically, they're selling themselves into slavery, but they're not calling it slavery.
Right.
Right.
And once they've made that oath, they have no choice.
Right. Then they're bound by the magic weave of the land that binds oaths. And it can only be released by the oath bearer or the owner of the oath.
Which in this case would be the merchants.
Which is the merchants, right.
And tell you what, Bulbug, I will personally look into the matter and see if we can release them of their oaths and instead pay it off in another way. But they will have to pay it off. I know each situation must be different, but I will see to it that things are changed.
I believe they all want to pay their debt, or they never would have sold themselves into this oath of service. So, in the first place, I mean, they're not remorseful, but like they want to make right of their wrongs. So that's all I ask. I ask you to look into it, find out what you can do, and we'll see what kind of king you are. And then he bows and he backs away from you and then turns around and leaves the chambers.
King Elias, if I may, what seems to be an easy solution to me would be requiring these merchants to include a time limit when transferring the oaths, such as 1 day per every gold of the original debt.
You're saying 1 day of work is worth 1 gold?
Or something along those lines.
It's more like 10 gold for a year's worth of work. That's what a normal salary is in this world.
Why not simply create some kind of
I might
I
be
don't know,
exaggerating, but it's low. Go ahead.
some kind of registry of debts, some group of people who keep track of debts, so that the arrangement isn't between two parties. The city is also involved.
That was
So
my initial thought.
the Minotaurs can work to repay their debts, and the debts are overseen by some kind of, I don't know, debt collector type of person.
Well, we have to find someone trustworthy because it seems these merchants are taking advantage of the Minotaurs, and we need to make it known to them all that this is a problem. Some public announcements, posters, whatnot.
Okay, so one of the merchants in the chambers speaks up. He basically interrupts you. And he says, "You can't be serious. This is how I make a living. You can't just end. I mean, I've got hunters that go out and collect them. I've got people that maintain the cages and the Minotaurs for sale at the market. I've got we got to feed the Minotaurs. We have to file the paperwork for all, and we got to collect the gold. People will be put out of work. I will be bankrupt. You can't just stop this trade."
Did you just admit to having people go out and hunt Minotaurs?
Yeah, I mean, you got to find them, or they're not going to come in willingly.
But don't they have to willingly submit to the oath?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever let any Minotaurs out of their oath, or have they paid back their debt? Have any of them paid back their debt in full?
Oh, no. The way they pay back their debt is by me selling them to someone else.
Well, yes, but even if you sell them to someone else, you are still the bearer of the oath.
Well, Bullbug was one of mine. He had an oath of service to our merchants, and we transferred it to one of the clerics here in town. And after a period of time, that cleric decided that his debt was paid in full and released him, and so now Bullbug is a free man. So it's up to the owner to decide when that debt is paid.
I don't know. That still sounds somewhat like slavery.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, you're using the oath of servitude to essentially make slaves.
Right. That's right.
No, Hylas is saying this out loud.
No, but that's
Right.
true. That's true. That's how they got around, because the previous, Acastus said, "I outlaw slavery. No one's allowed to own a slave in Mitros." Okay. But what about people that own service? Yeah.
Elias, do you serve refreshments when we all get together like this?
Absolutely.
Okay,
You're supposed to bring your own, Scruffle. Come on.
Okay, then I take a sip of whatever I brought with me.
No, they've got wine
Water,
and
something.
And I say,
baklava or
guys,
something.
this reminds me of the last time someone said we couldn't do something. They said we couldn't tear down the Tower of Praxis.
Well,
you didn't.
That put some people out of work too. Now that I think about it.
Didn't a sun or some being from another dimension do that?
Well, yeah, those of us who were there know about that.
Yeah, everyone knows.
I'm the one telling the stories.
Well, so is Kyra.
I think it's necessary to see both sides of the situation, have points. I wouldn't want to take away from the merchants what they were already claimed by the oath.
Okay,
But I
so
do not wish
the
this-
merchant steps up and says, "That is good, sound decision making, my king. I think you should think on this. Maybe ask a few other people about some advice on how to act upon this, and then we'll continue our trade.
That being said, I will also look into not allowing the oath to be put to use in this way any longer.
It's being abused.
Yeah, this is clearly an abuse of the oath.
Would simply banning the transfer and oath of service solve part of this problem?
It's a part, but not the whole solution, told me. I believe.
I mean, I know this might not be an ideal solution, but what if they transfer the oath of service to the king to serve him in some way?
Yeah, they'd be willing to do that.
So if he goes to buy all of the Minotaurs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then
they'll keep doing it. They'll just sell them to you or to Elias.
You're just curing the symptoms, not the problem.
Right.
The problem is that we need to stop people going out and tricking these Minotaurs. Therefore, I want to wait till the merchant goes away to discuss this.
Okay, so after
just-
hours, you can let the crowd, the city nobles and stuff like that leave, and then you guys are left alone to your own, and then, yeah, now you can talk privately.
You could just ban Minotaurs from coming into the city.
That would ban Bullbug.
Yes, but it would also stop them from being able to sell them here.
They don't get them. They don't get them in the city.
The merchants would have to exile their current workers. I propose that I make a law that would ban the use of the oath in the way they're using it.
Weren't they transferring oaths through the permission of Lutheria?
I don't know that.
Yeah,
How many-
Lutheria was putting her stamp of approval on it.
How many debt collector families are in town?
here's my
Very
question:
few.
how are they transferring these oaths currently?
Verbally.
This is one of those things where the universe just recognizes it once you've declared it.
Yeah. I mean, you could have a record of people have to make a record of any oaths of service and require them to have a set time limit, but whether or not they'll do that is another question altogether.
Valis lets you know, she says, the previous king stayed up at night many nights trying to come up with an answer to this. But he failed. But he failed at a lot of things. So if you can come up with a plan that would be amiable to both sides, then you have won where he had failed.
I think there's a question to be asked here. Why Minotaurs?
They're strong and they're not. Look around for Bullbug. They're not that bright.
Well, why are the Minotaurs being more so in debt and bound to these oaths than anyone else? And
They're
the
not.
reasons-
They're targeting the Minotaurs. They're carrying like a fake fragile jar in front of a Minotaur and bumping into them and saying, "Whoa, no, you broke my jar. Now
That's
you owe me
correct.
50 gold."
That's correct. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, trying to say is because of their strength and all that, they're targeted. No one else has really done this way.
Yeah, Minotaurs have like strength and size, and they can be used for manual labor a lot better than maybe a satyr, right? And they're more easily manipulated and
Yeah.
they have a not a kindness, but a like a code of honor, like a debt needs to be repaid. They have that built into their psyche.
Basically, they're strong, not too bright, and
How,
have a certain sense of honor.
Right.
how about those found conning the Minotaurs will owe the debt instead of the Minotaur? And if you buy that debt, well, you just made a bad business deal and you have to own it.
You could just refuse to play instead of trying to find a way around their semantics. You could just say, no, that's what this is. I don't care that you can call it a different name. This is banned too.
Yeah, but that would ban all oaths of service.
No.
Yeah.
Kind of a part of the fabric of things, right?
I'd say a solution to this. They're gonna probably abuse the oath anyways. I say they can't sell an oath of service unless there is a specific time limit on it, a reasonable time limit on it.
I'd agree.
Well, they could just keep breaking bases over and over again.
Well,
Found a way to do it.
yes, but they're going to keep doing that anyways. And even if you ban it in your city, they might just go somewhere else and do it too.
I'd be so bold as to say that because of their shenanigans they've played, that they owe me a debt of tax from all this money they've been making with their games. And if they can't pay it, then they owe me a debt of service.
You can definitely tax them. I mean, it would be. It would be a way to keep track of the oaths being sold and to ensure that there's a set time limit, and you can keep track of the Minotaurs who have sworn an oath of service.
What if you
Before you say anything, I've made my decision and I've come up with a solution.
Absolutely.
Enlighten us, O King.
So I will personally put together a hand-picked group of people that will go over any oaths of servitude, and for future reference, all current ones stand. There's nothing I will do about the current ones that are already going on in my city. But any future dealings will go through a court of rollings, whether for fairness. I will personally pay for this and handpick. If any of you have any trusted people that you would like to put forward, suggest you do so. That court will also keep a registry of the oaths already made and see that they're being upheld in fairness. This way, the merchants will have their workforce or their money they have already made or will make, and any new goings on will be rolled fair and just.
So it sounds like you're tracking debt owed and time served as well with that.
Yes.
It probably goes without saying, but I vote that at least one Minotaur be on this council.
I would think Bullbug should be, if he so chooses.
Yeah. If not Bullbug, at least one Minotaur, one smart Minotaur, at least.
Yeah, that wouldn't. The Bullbug is more of the. Think of him like the Lone Ranger. He's traveling around from village to village, saving damsels in distress.
Didn't we give him a headband of intellect?
Yes.
Then someone who Bullbug picks to do so.
Yeah. If not Bulbug, then at least someone he
Yeah,
trusts.
I mean, you can find a Minotaur that's got a little bit of sense to him, and you can
Yeah,
hire him or whatever.
there's a surprising surplus of Minotaurs in Mitros. Who knew?
I'll put 1,000 gold into that expense of making sure it's set up properly.
Okay.
Of my own money.
So put a note somewhere on your sheet or here, I'll just put it on your settlement. Settlements, Mitros. Okay, we're going to call this the Anti-Service Commission. Okay. All right, so you establish this this government body that will monitor and make sure that all service agreements are done in a just way and nobody is being abused, and that there is a time limit put on it so that it won't go on indefinitely. It's not like a lifetime of servitude. So what would a normal period of service be? Give me an example.
All the current ones stand, so any new ones,
It's
it would
the new
depend
ones, yeah.
on the debt.
What they did based, you make
Yeah.
a scale of time based on what they're trying to repay.
Yeah, and I want to put out I don't know where exactly Minotaurs come from, just all over.
They come from two places. They are either people that have been cursed and have been transformed into Minotaurs. So they were previously people, but they broke an oath and were cursed and became Minotaurs. Or they were born from Minotaurs. You knew that already, but I just had to tell you. Yeah, so you could be a purebred Minotaur, like you were, like Bulbug has two Minotaur parents, but there are Minotaurs out there that have human parents and were cursed.
I would put an upper limit to the amount of time they can serve so it doesn't become a life sentence.
Okay, so just give me an idea. So if someone was to take the Ultros, set it on fire, and burn it to the ground, what kind of service would they have?
Okay, that's a crime, more of. But
well, a lot of these were crimes.
Okay,
but they don't admit it. They decided to swear their lives to service instead of being hung.
Burning down the king's legendary item ship, that's a lifetime.
But I'm trying to be severe. These Minotaurs are not good people, is what I'm trying to say.
So I mean, I would just set it up,
I'd say an upper limit of 50 years. How long does a Minotaur normally live, though?
About the same as a human.
Yeah, I'd say 50 years is a good upper limit.
So if they're 20 years old when they swear this oath, they're going to be dead. That's a lifetime.
Yeah, I would put it up to a lifetime, depending on the severity of crime. But I want to put that 1,000 gold I'm putting into use and spread the word. Hey,
right,
in Mitros, this is the law. If you don't like it, I mean, I think it's fair. That'd be all crimes. It's in all fairness. It's not just to Minotaurs. That's to everyone. Like, don't
Right.
go around killing a village of people and then get sold into servitude. You're in Mitros, you're gonna get lifetime sentence. And that's for that court to decide.
Okay. Okay, we'll leave it at that. We might revisit that in a future episode. The merchants are okay with that. I'm just going to say right out the front, they're okay with that because they're not losing any money. Because they're still able to sign people into service. It's just that when they sell the Minotaur they have assigned to service, the buyer has to set a time limit. And so it might adjust some prices, but at least they're not out of business. The Minotaurs, they don't care just as long as their debt is repaid. And Bulldog's no longer around for you to really ask him. He's out doing his thing. He might revisit you. Okay. There was something else I wanted to discuss. I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh yeah, this is it. Dragons. Okay. Two things. We got the new Dragonlord order, and we have the current dragons. Now, these dragons all have their own personalities, their own desires, their own motivations, their own places they want to be and go and do. They are not your slaves. Okay? So, Kyra still wants, this is part of her personality, she wants to go on adventures. She wants to see new things. She wants to go do things. So she has no problem coming around and doing things with you. Valis doesn't want to do any of that. She wants to stay in the city, look over the people of Mitros, make sure everyone's fed, make sure the city is being run properly. She's basically an administrative type. Now, Vulcan, he wants to craft and build and hang out in the forge. He's not really wandering around adventuring. He might visit the mines or go to town or serve as a local blacksmith, in disguise. And then once a year he travels around the continent delivering toys to kids. That's Vulcan.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Now Pythor, he's excited about getting into fights, and he's rowdy. Okay, he wants to get into fights. He wants to be involved in battles or whatever. So he's available if you ever want to take him with you. Now Ava, she is a little bit of an anomaly, right? Her whole life was to get vengeance on Sidon and Lutheria. She was able to do that with your help, and now she's feeling a little empty. Like, I don't know where or what I want to do. I'm happy. She's happy that she has a dragon for a body, but that's not. She wasn't born a dragon, right? She was born a gnome, so she doesn't necessarily want to or know what to do with this body, and so she pretty much always hangs out with Valis, and Valis kind of helps her and teaches her how to use the body and how to be a dragon, stuff like that. But they have the ability to transform into their human shapes as well, but they're still not really available, to be honest. I mean, they can be when they're needed, but they don't really have, whatever. But my point was, there was a little juggling of the bonds, right? So your baby dragons were basically unbonded or debonded or whatever you want to call it, so that you would be able to bond with these other dragons. Do you want to rebond with your own baby dragons, or stay bonded with these adult dragons? If you stay unbonded with your baby dragons, they can bond with any new recruits that you have for the Dragonlords, and then that would be the start of a new Dragonlord order. And then you would have these adults that travel around with you. Now, having said that, I'm trying to remember whose dragon was bound to who. I think Scruffle stayed bound to Kyra, and I think Andromaca stayed bound to Vulcan, and Ptolemy to Pythor. And here comes the question. Hylas, the cleric, was bound to Valis, and Elias was bound to Ava because that's his grandmother, but Valis is now his queen. But you don't have to be bound to your dragon even if she's the queen. It's basically just like Andromaca and Honora. They're not married, but they're still both king and queen of Astoria. So do I have this right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So now I think I dropped a couple of notes into your appendices. I think I have it down under handouts, maybe. No, wait. Dragonlords? Yeah, Appendix H, Dragonlords. Yeah, Riding a Dragon, Oath of the Dragonlord, which you already knew, and Peacekeepers, right? Now, Riding a Dragon, it says they can fly 10 miles an hour or 80 miles in a day. And they can carry, it's Dragonlord. Okay, young dragon, it's Dragonlord. But an adult dragon can carry up to 4 riders. Not 5. Now, a couple of you have finished your quests and you got your divine blessings. And I think I added them to your character sheets. I think it was Hylas and Elias, I think. Let me make sure I didn't miss some. Yeah, Andromaca got his divine blessing already, right? Which was plus to Constitution or something.
That's correct.
Constitution by 2, maximum 22. Right. Hylas, if you notice on your character sheet, I dropped dragon scale armor.
Right?
Yeah, so you either can wear the dragon scale armor or the +1 breastplate. You can't wear both.
I know.
And they're both the same armor class. So I don't know why you wouldn't just wear the dragon scale armor.
I was planning to.
Okay, so if anybody needs +1 breastplate, there is one. I mean, you see him wearing this shiny bronze scale mail armor, which gives you your divine blessing. Now, who did I? Maybe I missed. Scruffle.
Did I?
right? The doomed one. Defeat. Yeah, you got a divine blessing. Okay, Scruffle, your divine blessing is the blessing of protection. You get +1 armor class and all saving throws.
Nice.
Forever. Okay. Unless for whatever reason you lose that. And then Ptolemy is also the doomed one. You also get a +1 to your armor class and all your saving throws.
Excellent.
Okay, so I'm going to backpedal this up just a little bit. And if you want, we can say that Pythor and Kyra traveled with you to Astoria. I'm sorry, Aresia. Because you can't carry all of you on just Kyra. What do you think?
That's fine.
Question though, what was my divine blessing?
It's on your character sheet. Should be. It's one of your abilities. I think I put it on there. Let me double check.
Under like features and traits?
Yeah.
Oh, now it is. Okay, I didn't see it
Okay.
earlier.
So at the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Basically, you're the only two that get that ability. You and Hylas have the same divine blessing. And their divine blessing, just so everyone would know, is that they gain their dragon's damage resistance.
Oh.
And immunities. And senses.
That's really cool. You want to trade?
While mounted.
While mounted. Right.
Oh.
That's the big catch.
That's less cool.
There's just a little mention there.
Yeah. While mounted. But at least, and you also get a legendary resistance. You can use their legendary resistance on yourself, but these dragons I don't think have legendary resistance. Not yet. Anyway. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. You know what's really cool about Kyra right now? She does not have mischief. Things don't just explode out of her anymore.
That's less fun.
Well, yeah, but you know. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going, and your Nixeros, Nendry, Bakar, Astrapi, and Liara are all being trained to be Dragonlord mounts. And then as you get Dragonlords, they will like pick and choose their dragon and start to train with them. But right now, you don't really have any good candidates. You can leave it up to the dice rolls, or you can wait till you actually meet somebody and ask them. You know, and that's up to you guys how you want to do that.
But my Nendry.
Yeah. Oh, he's still your friend and everything, and you know, you visit him often, but yeah.
Fine.
Now, someone that might be better suited for training them might be Pythor, but you need him to go with you, mainly just to carry that extra person, unless you wanted to use your Pegasus. But that might be alarming. I don't know, seeing someone fly in on a Pegasus.
Well, if I was flying to Aresia, it definitely would be.
Well, flying on a dragon's no less alarming. I imagine we'd have to stop outside the city somewhere.
Well, that's what you did. You stopped outside the city, and they transformed into, mortals
A
and walk
dragon's a
in
lot
with
harder
you.
to kill.
What's that?
A dragon's a lot harder to kill.
Well, they also have the ability to shape change.
Well, can't you send the Pegasus home? Isn't it
I can,
intelligent?
but then how do I get home? It's like
Car?
I get taken to Regia, and I'm either going to conquer it or walk home. Which one?
Well,
Call
no, one of the other guys could get killed, and then you would have space.
Oh, that's wishful thinking. You're right. I could always walk home, and I don't think I would care at that point.
Well, that's true. It'd only be like a 4-day, 5-day walk.
I will Pegasus fly in, and I will send him home.
He doesn't understand. You fly in, and he tries to follow you into the town.
Oh, my damn.
Yeah, he's not.
Quick question.
He's not. You don't have a brain link with him.
So, quick question. Do you guys mind if you guys camp overnight, and me and a dragon and Pegasus go home because this plan has failed?
Well, I know how to communicate with animals. I could tell it to go home.
Oh. Well, see if that works. Make sure the home is Astoria.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there's 80 miles right there. So in one day, Kyra can just take 3 of you, go back, get 2, and go back.
I like that plan better. I'm so glad you're the dungeon master.
Yeah, because it's only 80 miles. And she can fly 80 miles in a day, so that wouldn't be a problem.
Okay. Well, how long does it... Never mind. I was going to say, I could just cast Levitate and be pushed along, but I think that only lasts for a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, make a big, like a gondola, and she just carries it. No, she can only carry 4 people before she's struggling. Okay, so, yeah, there's no problem. She can fly you over there by yourselves. So you want to leave Pythor back to train the dragons?
A combination of Pythor and Valis.
Truly. Yeah, like Valis will teach like etiquette, and Pythor teaches combat.
I like it.
Okay. So, now, the last thing before we jump into the Arisian city of Arisia is, did you have Vulcan make you an item with that meteor?
Yes.
What item?
Staff of Magi, whatever.
Magi, sure. So, everybody agrees with that?
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, there was a mixed party, but I think overall we thought it was the best.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the Dragon Claw short swords?
I think that's in there.
It's in the to-do list, but we didn't say anything.
Well, you can
about
talk.
it.
I thought you said you already talked to everybody about that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure.
And they can all see the to-do list.
Hey, that's wonderful. We can have our wonderful wizard to make them all +1s at some point in time. Ceremonial +1 daggers for the win.
Sword,
Okay.
short sword.
You also
Sword
notice a thing about Ptolemy. He does not have the axe of Xander with him.
That is correct.
He has that stored in some lockbox hidden away with 200 guards on it or something.
Just throw it in the ocean. Dang.
What if we need it though?
Swim.
Did you put tree sap to make his eyes stay open, so while he's in the dark box he just sees nothing? It's pretty torturous, but
I'm
Well,
not
if
torturing
you keep
the...
his eyes open or if you close his eyes, he'll still see nothing.
I know, but just for effect.
For effect. For torture purposes. Yeah, he's very happy that you killed some Titans. He's very content. He still wants to go kill some more Titans, but
Which is why he's in the box.
right. Okay, so you have the Staff of the Magi, which is pretty damn cool as hell.
I cast a spell on it and it blows up.
Yep, it has 50 charges. Yeah, legendary item. Nice.
Yeah, I differentiated the spells so we know what I'm casting. So here, I'll put one in. So,
Yeah, all of mine say they're from the Lyre. I did the same thing.
staff and the cost. That's what that is. Staff and how many charges it costs.
Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I was wondering what all that was on the, because I didn't know you were getting the Staff of the Magi. But that's fine. That's a good way to keep track of it. Yeah, it has a bunch of built-in spells.
I'm gonna break it.
Yeah.
And
plane ship's always good.
just so you know, Derek,
Yeah.
on the level up, I swapped my animate objects for greater restoration.
Super.
Yay! I don't have any diamond dust, but
Okay,
come to that.
so you guys have marked off all of your gold and all of your jewelry and all that stuff for your purchases and your city updates. Did you want to
Yes.
transfer any of your gold or coins into gems?
Oh, yes,
Yeah, you can do that.
I have coinage left over.
And this is because you guys have basically the control of the economy, you pretty much can go to the bank and say, I want to make a deposit. I want you to give me all your diamond dust or whatever. So if you need diamond dust, just go buy it.
Awesome. 100 gold a pop.
Yep.
I have 200 gold and assorted gems. Let's get rid of those.
Yeah, if you have any spells that require components that have a gold piece cost on them, be sure to pick some of that up if you need it.
300.
I'm gonna go over one thing real quick with you too. In my experience, casting spells through items doesn't require components and materials. Is that how you're rolling it?
That is not the way the rules are written. The rules say that your spell focus, which I assume is whatever staff or wand or orb or whatever you used originally, would be your spell focus. And that would never change. And if you cast a spell that requires a spell component, like a pinch of lint or something like that, you would not need to have that pinch of lint because you have your spell focus. But if the spell component has a gold piece cost associated with it, you must have that component.
I think he meant with regards to the Staff of the Magi.
Staff
Yeah.
of the Magi is not a focus.
I
Or does
I
it
think
say
he
it
meant,
is?
I think he meant the spells that it comes with.
Oh, no. Though it's like a wand. So yeah, you would just cast it directly out of that.
So they
the
don't
staff.
cost because otherwise you couldn't really put the spell in the staff.
Right. Those spell components were burned when that spell was cast on the staff to create it. So yeah, the
Yes.
components you don't need any spell components for the Staff of the Magi.
Okay, just making sure ahead of time so when I try and cast
But you do
plane
need
shift or
charges.
something.
But you do have to have the charges available.
Yes.
And they
Right.
regenerate pretty slowly, but that's okay.
All
Just
right, so
keep
we're
track
good
of your
on all that.
charges.
Will do. I should have a counter somewhere. I'll make it.
Yeah, you're all good. Okay, so we got Staff of the Magi. We got all the dragons worked out. We got the Dragonlords starting to form up. We got Bullbug appeased for the minute. We have the merchants appeased. We have everybody's shrines being built. We've got their cities being upgraded. And
Can I just real quick while we're doing this throw 300 gold at Elias to make my ceremonial short sword a +1?
why would you want to do that? Because as soon as you hit somebody with it, it's going to break.
What if it was a +1?
It would still break.
Oh, okay, well, nope.
It'll
then it's
break with a
ceremonial.
+1.
And I'm leaving it at home for this trip because it'll stand out.
Right.
cost
It's
you
well, first of all,
300
it's ceremonial.
per hit.
Yeah.
I would allow you to fight with it. I thought about this earlier. I was like, well, it's a short sword made with a dragon claw. So I think it would be pretty cool, and I'll have to try to figure out if it has any special characteristics, but it's not a sword. It's a claw. It would have been shaved. You know, it would have been shaved down to make like a sword.
Yeah.
Like to shave the sides and stuff, but you're still hitting somebody with a club.
Okay.
So I wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
Once we've paid for everything we need to pay for, whatever we have left, we're good to keep, correct? Financial wise?
Yeah, and you can even convert it into gems if you want.
Okay.
Or magical components if you need any of that. If anybody wants, you can pay 50 gold for a regular healing potion. Or you can pay a number. I'm trying to remember what it costs for a major healing potion. Greater healing, if you want, you can pick up some greater healing potions.
Yes, I would love to. Greater healing potions.
Okay, potions of healing. Okay, it's 50 for the common potion, the standard healing potion. It's 100 for a greater healing potion. 500 for a superior healing potion. And 1,000 for supreme healing potion.
How much does a supreme do?
10d4 plus 20.
All right, let me do the math on that. 10d4.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like a bargain. Let me do the math.
I rolled one.
So 100 platinum is 1,000, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I'll buy one superior.
Supreme.
Yeah, supreme.
Yeah, supreme is the 10d4 plus 20.
And then 500 was the superior?
500 is superior, yep.
Okay. I'm going to buy one superior and one greater. Two greater. Oh, look at that.
Oh, my head hurts. 60 gold. Okay, math. I'm gonna buy a second one.
Oh,
math.
was I able to use my vial of Gorgon blood to finish that staff of healing?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Take that off my sheet.
Figured something I want to buy. It's a brass brazier.
Okay.
And components for Find Familiar.
Yep. So you want to find a familiar?
Yeah, I'd like to find a hawk.
Yep, no problem.
But it's as big as I am.
Just like eagerly.
Yeah. And,
Have you guys watched
Peacemaker, yeah.
Peacemaker? Yeah.
Eagle is totally familiar, isn't he? Wow.
I haven't on HBO.
I'm just gonna say I had my doubts about if I was gonna like that show or not, but I wound up liking it a lot.
I'll see it eventually. So, type
Staff of healing.
I'm starting to
That's-
like DC a little bit more and more every time.
So, would you say this brass brazier is something I can carry, or can I get someone else to carry it for me?
A brass brazier is the size of an automobile.
Does it have
Not
to be?
exactly that big, but it's
It's
it's like the size of a dinner table. It's big. You're not carrying
Then
that
I'll
anywhere. You place that
Alright.
in your house somewhere, or your
Yeah,
palace.
then-
Keep it right in front of the throne.
Place it in front of the shrine.
Could be in front of the shrine. Yeah, you probably, I don't know
Each
where
of
you
your
want to put it.
shrines
You can
has
put it
one.
anywhere, but yeah, it's big. It's a giant monster of a thing. Now, if you could like reduce it to pocket size, that would be cool. And
Can you cast enlarge reduce?
And
I think it's
You
on
could buy a
creature.
small one,
Yeah,
and then when you want to use it, enlarge it.
I mean,
or the
Well,
other one.
that'll
large
Yeah,
last
yeah,
like
reduce
a minute.
doesn't last forever.
Yeah, but how long does it last?
A minute.
Oh. Better cast quickly.
yeah. Or get a folding one. Get like
If
a
I could spend the 5 years inventing, since I couldn't do anything else, could I?
yeah.
spend it?
Unfortunately, you're not an
engineer-
inventor.
I do have tinkering tools.
Yeah. Yeah. No. You're a philosopher.
Mm.
But don't forget, when you do level up on your whatever fourth level, whatever it is going to be, you can always pick those things where you can get those
The things.
different skills.
Well, he needs it because he needs it to cast a specific spell he already has.
Right. I mean, take a feed or a skills or whatever you got to do, if that's possible.
Not need a brass brazier.
Yeah,
Okay.
you just can't. A brass brazier is not something you carry around with you.
Right.
Ptolemy knows all about that.
Yeah, I had a fun time summoning my familiar early in the campaign.
Which is another thing. Is Savra with you?
I'd like Savra to be with me.
Yeah, she can be with you. Yeah, that's no problem. Savra can doesn't really count against the carrying limit of the dragon.
Awesome.
Yeah. But Gregoria is a little bit too big.
I understand. I'll leave him back at his stable. Next time, buddy. Next time.
No worries. You got a dragon now. I'm no longer your favorite.
That was Savra's whole point, though, was to help you find a dragon.
I'm
and
talking
you
about
found two.
Gregor. I'm talking about Gregoria.
Oh, Gregoria. Yeah. Forget Gregoria.
Can't you just dispel me?
Never dispel you. You're a bud. I'm definitely gonna need you at some point.
And I'll run out into the wilderness because spells don't work like that in this universe. Yeah, you summon a familiar, nothing just magically appears in your pocket. It doesn't happen like that. You cast a spell to summon animals. They don't just come out of the woodwork. They actually have to travel to you. Same thing with this hawk. This hawk will have to get to you somehow.
It's different, I
But
like
when you-
that. It's
but when you-
limitations.
But when you cast the spell, it's like you're putting out like this scent and this and which attracts this hawk, and it comes to you, and then you feed it, and you become friends with it, and that's the whole summoning a familiar. It's not like a magical thing. It's try to try to imagine anything magical as being real. So try to put like how can you play it off as something that would really happen, and that's what happens. Except for like when you cast Fireball.
You could always summon Leonin, feed me over time.
That's right. You can become as familiar.
I'll protect you more than everybody else,
Yeah. Okay, so you're literally calling for a hawk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
What's his name?
Siegfried.
That's awful Greek.
Well, my name's a female name historically.
Well, was she though?
Yes. She's a very historical character.
Yeah, but Andromaca, was she really a female?
Well, I mean, in Wiki
Are
says
Valkyries really female?
I get your point. Okay.
Well,
I tried to find
I think of it like this. Are angels males? I don't think so. Even though they got names like Michael. I think they're kind of like genderless.
Hey, Hylas.
They're
how many
gender
items are you attuned
fluid.
to?
Why?
Siegfried.
I might
right?
have a present for you.
Siegfried. Probably spelled that wrong. Hey, there we go. There we go.
I think it. I'm trying to remember what it is. I think my armor requires me to be attuned to it, and
yeah, you can only have 3 attuned items, guys.
Wow. I know. I'm trying to think like what else I have attuned.
Mm-hmm.
I probably have the Dragonlords attuned, if that. And I think that's it, unless because I'm not going to be using Lutheria's Sight. That is staying at the forge and not being used.
Okay.
Yep, Dragon Skill does require attunement.
Yeah.
Well, because the Staff of Healing, if you had an open spot, requires attunement by a Bard, Druid, or Cleric.
Yeah, I'll take the Staff of Healing then. Because I think other than the crown and the armor, I don't really have anything.
Okay, then that would be useful to spread around some healing abilities.
Wait, I have those gauntlets of ogre power, but I don't remember if they require attunement or not.
Are you using them?
Yes, I don't. But I could probably. But if they do, I'll sacrifice the crown of the Dragonlords for the Staff of Healing.
Gauntlets of ogre power.
Yes.
Yeah.
Requires attunement.
All right. Yeah, I'll just attune to the staff rather than the crown.
Yeah, you don't need it.
Yeah. I mean, I know we don't. It's just, I think the only thing it does is, let's see.
I'm going to drag the staff over to your character sheet.
It gives Bond of the Dragonlords and Dirge of the Dragonlords, but
if you need those, you'll know an hour ahead of time.
Yeah. I mean, but Valis is training the young dragons, so she is not here, so those aren't really useful for Hylas right now.
Okay. Have you seen what the staff does?
I just dragged it over there for you.
Yeah. I get Dirge of the Dragonlords either way, though.
Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. We'll come back, and then we'll jump into Astoria.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Aresia. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
So the staff has 10 charges, and you can use
And
an
I gotta go
action
somewhere.
to expend one or more of those charges.
To
You
heal.
can, you can cast Cure Wounds, 1 charge per spell level up to 4th. Lesser Restoration uses 2 charges, or Mass Cure Wound uses 5. And it regains 1d6 plus 4 every day at dawn. If you use all the charges, though, there's a 5% chance that the staff will just vanish.
All right.
Yeah, just be careful.
But it potentially gets all 10 charges back every day. So don't worry. It gets minimum 5 every day. So don't worry about throwing some cures around.
Yeah.
Like mass cure wounds.
So when we all get together as well, I'll let you all know that. Let me go to my character sheet and read first. I don't want to put my foot in my mouth.
But it tastes so yummy.
I know. What was that I stepped in? Let me see. As I leveled, I can do discipline defense, so I can actually add my, I think, proficiency score. Proficiency bonus to your armor class if you're standing within 5 feet of me. Yeah.
What's your proficiency? Oh, it'll be the same as mine, so I'll make a button for that. So if you're standing within 5 feet of us, do you use an action to do that, or
It's a reaction.
you can use a reaction?
That's correct. I can either attack them, or I could, if I'm standing next to the wizard and I know he doesn't have armor class, or or hell, I can stand next to Ptolemy and give him an extra +4 and make him invincible while we chop things down.
I'm gonna get hit by something in this game. It's gonna hit me. Wow. At least for an attack. Armor's so low.
Do you think that Andromacha's been acting barbarish lately?
Hard to
No.
say. It's been like 3 weeks.
Okay.
You're all talk and no action.
Oh, meow meows.
I mean,
Okay.
I will say if you guys haven't seen the Staff of Magi, to check it out.
I know
If
it's
someone
blurry.
has
I
like
couldn't see it.
an idea they want to do this will, just let me know.
Yeah, it's super pretty.
I would have
And
gone over it with you guys.
with the staff of healing regaining minimum 5 charges every day, if we don't use the staff of healing one day, but we use a lot of the staff of the magi, we could just blast it with a spell. Five extra charges regained. Or, I guess, 4. 4th level spell's the highest it can do.
I think pass wall might come in handy soon.
What was a potion of superior healing? Was that 64?
Nothing is 64.
Okay. Superior healing.
Well, I gave you a
8d4
list of all
plus
the
8.
spells. Where all the
Yeah, but I closed it and I don't know where it is, and I got tired of looking for it. But I found 8d4 plus 8.
should be under items
Healing.
or discovered magic items.
I like to have buttons for my potions.
8d4.
And they are stored in my attack section right next to my healing spells. Yeah.
With Staff of the Magi, you can cast Enlarge Reduced without costing any charges.
I constantly cast it on my brazier.
You'd have
Every
to.
minute we stop.
Yeah, every minute you got to go boop, 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 boop. No, that's not going to happen.
Isn't there something about it can't expand if there's not enough space?
That's correct also.
You can keep it in your pocket. The second you pull it out, it bursts into being. Force
It'll
damage
expand
all around.
if the spell wears off. It's going to expand. If you go that route. Okay, so are you guys all here? Are we ready to move on?
Yes.
We got any more like comments that are keeping us from progressing?
Nope.
Okay, we're all settled. Very good. Okay, there's a lot that I glazed over the last time we were in the city. I didn't really share this with you. I now realize that I probably should have shared this with you to make the experience better for everyone. When you were flying in, right? I know you landed a hill away, and then Kyra transforms and did a couple of trips. And on that trip in, you could tell that this city has a colossus of its own. Okay, I'm in the city of Mitros. That's the wrong location. Hang on. Yeah. Okay. It has a colossus which guards the river to the south that goes into the ocean. Let's see if there's a key or picture or anything. I don't think it's on the key locations. I think it's on assaulting the city from the sea, which you guys decided not to do, which is maybe good. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's a bronze colossus. Stands about 100 feet tall, very similar to the Colossus of Pythor. But you'll notice with a perception check, and everybody can roll, and if you make the roll, I'm going to say that you noticed this, and if you want to share it with each other, you can, but everybody can roll. You're looking for a 12.
I got a 24.
Okay. So Ptolemy doesn't really notice this. He's just holding on for dear life. Everyone notices, except for Ptolemy. The Colossus... What's that?
Nothing.
Okay. The Colossus, when you fly by, we're going to call it Talos. Okay? That's the name of the Colossus. It is walking around. It's not standing still like the Mitros one. Its origins are unknown. And it patrols the forest around the city and the peninsula for thousands of years. Okay? Just so you would know that. When you came into town. Okay, why is all this here? I don't want to see all this. In the wrong place, that's why. Yep. Give you a little history lesson here. The city of Arisia is the largest settlement in the Arisian Peninsula. It's famed for its martial art temples, impressive walls, and hanging gardens. Located in the midst of a dense forest of spruce trees, the city is accessible from the Cerulean Gulf via the Thrake River. The city walls are the pride of its citizens. They reach 100 feet in height. So the ramparts overlook the forest canopy. The river cuts through the center of the city via a system of gates that can be raised and lowered. These gates are wide enough to accommodate one full-sized trireme at a time. Arisia does not have a navy, so there are rarely many ships within the city except for traders who ferry goods between Arisia and Mitros. The city is home to the famed Arisian monks, who wear red cloaks and bronze helmets, fighting with spears and shields. They have centuries-long grudge against the armies of Mitros, with open warfare breaking out between the two cities every few decades. Okay. Okay, you came in from the north through a gate, and I should have showed you at the time that is what it might have looked like when you approached it. At the top of the gate are ballista, just so you know, and there's ramparts. And if you look over on the right, you got that little tower-looking thing. That's probably the Wind Shrine. Okay. You mark this as red. Okay, so there is some history that you might know, and Kyra and could fill you in, Pythor could fill you in, you know, and you would have learned this throughout your career of being, you know, in this world. Arisia was founded before the First War. There's a long history of tension between Mitros and Arisia. Okay, the royal house of Arisia was founded by King Carpathos and Queen Mnemosyne 500 years ago. Together, they swore an oath to fight for Lutheria in the First War. However, they failed to appear when she needed them most, and she named them Oath Breakers as punishment. It is rumored that Lutheria cursed the king and queen to undeath. and the entire royal family was consumed by this curse. In the past, okay, I'm skipping over some stuff that you wouldn't know. In the past 500 years, there have been at least 12 wars between Orysia and Mitros. This number varies depending on which historian you ask. Each city claims victory at least 7 of the times. The Oresians frequently boast that no siege has ever successfully breached the walls, and that is true. But they have been crushed on the battlefield by the phalanxes of Mitros. On the other hand, Mitros boasts that their armies are unstoppable on the battlefield, but the warrior monks of Orysia have repeatedly razed entire districts of Mitros to the ground. In spite of this long-standing rivalry, the two cities depend on trade with one another, and fleets of merchant ships regularly carry goods from one city to the other, even during times of war. And then knowing, based when Echo came and asked you to come save her husband Narsis, you probably would have learned that Narsis is revered by the city as the god of beauty. He is egotistical, lazy, and arrogant. Long ago, he abandoned his siblings and sought an easy life among mortals. Almost every woman he meets wants to marry him. So he decided to make a game out of it. He offered his hand, he promised to, he proposed a contest to kill a white stag, offering his hand to whoever succeeded in the seemingly impossible task. Most contenders gave up the hunt after the first year, but the Oread huntress Echo was obsessed with Narsis. She spent years searching for the stag and finally killed it. Triumphant, she returned to Mitros to claim the god's hand in marriage, but she was too late. Queen Calliope of Orysia had seduced Narsis, luring him away to Orysia, where he's been kept ever since. Echo, furious with Calliope, violated the rules of the contest, and she has been trying for centuries to reclaim him. And this is why Narsis must be kept hidden, and why the walls of Orysia grew to 100 feet in height. Calliope tricked Echo into cutting her hair during the hunt, and her priestesses use her lock of hair for scrying spells. Just so you know. And there's more hidden. A little bit of history. Okay, so you guys are in the Red Lotus. You just finished speaking with some people in the Red Lotus, which is number 19. Let me get to number 19. You saw the shield of Stolos hanging above the hearth, etched with a spiraling meander pattern. Legends suggest it was once used by Stolos, the famous warrior who established the Temple of the Shield. You met Jocasta, the jovial innkeeper. There you go. Empty-headed flirt. Jovial barkeep. Yeah, there we go. Just basically a friendly person all around, right? Okay, you also had met Torius, a minotaur who enjoys boasting about competitions, which I think you... That's Torius. Bam. There's a group of young students from the Temple of Tranquility. I don't think I have any pictures because they're just young adults. Okay. And then there is a small group of silent warriors with sheathed blades who appear to be watchful. There are 7 of them. And there's no picture there. Okay. Okay, and if I remember right, you guys are trying to free Narsis. Okay, what are you going to do? It's still fairly early in the morning. You guys just ate some noodles or some ramen. Or not ramen. Fish with no noodles.
Yeah,
That's
mine was
right.
warrior style.
Yeah. More the merrier for me.
I say we march straight up to the temple and go in.
Well, we'll probably be stopped before then, but yeah, we should scout out the temple's defenses and everything.
I'm fine with that. I'm not really trying to make trouble at the moment.
You said yeah, but that's not at all what I said.
As a general rule of thumb, temples don't have defenses.
You think it's a good idea just to wander the city? I mean, we're pretty well known now.
If they haven't noticed us yet, I don't think they're gonna.
Well, we've avoided the more high-end districts, I believe.
Yeah, but we walked in the front gate.
I think every guard has seen our faces. I'm talking about people of nobility and...
Okay, Torius, I guess. He's Torius. He gets up, pays his tab, and leaves.
He was a good guy.
Seems all right. He's a minotaur. You know, what can you do?
Hey, but we'll just keep our heads down when we're walking around.
Yeah, people on the street have noticed you. Guards have walked by you. Nobody's really been... they kind of glance at you because you're dressed different than they are. You are carrying way more than they are, because you'll notice that everyone here, basically, you can see their chest, their legs. They barely have any clothing on. They just have like a piece of fabric wrapped around their body. Some of them are carrying like a pouch on a strap over their shoulder, but nobody has a backpack. Nobody has, belt pouches, or there might be some of them might have sandals. It's a very think 300.
It's a very liberal city.
Well, no, think the movie 300. These guys are all Spartans.
Yeah.
Should we at least buy some clothes to fit in?
It's almost like they know we're outsiders.
Oh yeah, it's obvious. I mean, you guys, and they look at you, but they don't say anything, or they don't notice, like, or they haven't made a notice, like a comment, like, "Hey, there's the king from Mitros." No, they haven't been doing any of that. But they do glance at you, like, "Oh, I wonder where these guys just came from." They got,
All right. So they don't know who we are.
Yeah, you're walking around in scale mail armor, first of all, dragon scale, and they're like, "Wow, that's impressive,"
Yeah.
But they're also saying, like, "I wonder how weak that guy is because he needs armor."
You guys would have seen this. I literally packed a mess kit, 2 rations, and potions, and then my gear. So, just saying.
I mean,
If you guys think we're okay, that's fine. But I did learn a new spell that could make us blend in.
What spell?
I'm just gonna post it.
I think we should have probably done that beforehand.
I don't want to look like that guy.
no, but we're going to be dressed like that guy.
Yeah, I can make us look slightly different than, I'm sure there's not many.
Oh, well, he's a warrior.
Leonins.
That picture is a warrior. There are nobles walking around, and they would wear a full tunic, with pants, maybe a skirt, or a toga. There are merchants that come and go, and they look more like you guys. They would have sailor outfits, more like your friends, the half orcs or whatever. These merchants are, because they travel back and forth, they have more of a utilitarian. They're not Arisian. They're like independent.
I want to look like the guy in the handout.
The Arisian?
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
We're gonna be here for a little bit. Why don't we get lodging while we're at it?
Oh, we don't know how long we're going to be here.
I thought it was get in, get out.
And
Yeah.
we could be kicked out any second, too.
Kyra speaks up. Get in, get out is not we need to get in, and we do need to get out, but we also need to get out with the prize.
What? And wait, I have a small question. When when your oath with the Titans ended, the oath of peace, you all became dragons again.
Right.
What about the guy here? I mean, wasn't he one of you, or am I mistaken?
We disowned him.
Yes, but Shouldn't he still be under the oath of peace, or shouldn't he be a dragon now? Or
Yeah, he probably lost his divine spark the same way we did. And he's probably reverted back to dragon, and that's another reason why he's probably trying to get his godhood back.
Then, and he's the prize that we're supposed to retrieve. Or unless I'm mistaken.
You are not entirely mistaken. There's a little bit of semantics going on here. He is not the prize. His knowledge is the prize. And he has it in his head, so taking him would, or killing him, would prevent the knowledge falling into the wrong hands.
I guess we need to think about, are we the wrong hands? Pause for some of us. Others.
I mean, currently there is a... I'm trying to think of the right word. There is a void of power that where the gods once filled, and something tells me that's a very important void that can't be left open.
I've already heard that Scruffle's filling that void. How you doing?
Well, yes, but Scruffles is not a god.
Tell him that.
It depends on who you ask.
You're the only one saying that.
I don't have any godly abilities. But
then,
what does that mean?
He's humble.
Then you are not a god. I mean, you're obviously a lot stronger than most people, and we did take down the Titans, but we are still not gods. None of us, not even Scruffle.
Kyra just nods.
I mean, the only one who could possibly claim that is Kyra and Chi and the other dragons, but they no longer are gods. They were once gods.
And Kyra just sits back and nods.
But if your brother has the knowledge on how to become a god, why wouldn't he act on that to become a god?
Well, he's imprisoned here. It probably has other steps, right?
Yeah, maybe he needs access to a certain... I don't know how to do it. So maybe he needs a location. Maybe he needs an item. Maybe he needs a willing subject. I don't know.
All right, well...
Maybe he needs the wherewithal.
Well, I guess the only choice is we have to find some way at least getting in contact with your brother, if not rescuing him.
Right. Rescuing him is what Echo wants done, right? Because she wants him returned to her because she was the rightful winner of the tournament. She should be his wife.
Yeah.
That's what she says. Calliope, apparently seduced him, and he came back to her hometown and to live with her.
I mean, either way, we need to get access to him.
Right, probably.
That is the big problem here. And how do we go about getting in contact with him without angering this entire city?
Right. I think Scruffle is wanting to go directly to the Temple of Narsis and see if he's, standing there and talk to him.
That is a good option.
I mean, I doubt he is, but
I wanted to
if
I
he is-
mean, I mean,
It's a scouting mission.
Everyone has a chance to talk.
I mean, I think going to the Temple of Narsis is a good starting point at the very least. I mean, we don't even know if we're allowed in as outsiders, so
Right.
but like it is a good start.
Yep.
I mean, no need to try and sneak in if we don't have to.
Then let's head over, right?
All right. Let's do it. So everybody's leaving the Red Lotus, not getting a room, right? It's still early not early in the morning, but it's 10-ish, if you want to call it that. Okay, so you guys travel up this path. You'll notice that off on the right here is what is famously called the Hanging Gardens. The Hanging Gardens is located on a hill resting just below the palace. Number 2 being the palace. This area over here. These gardens spill over a huge terraced green space. You can hear the calls of peacocks from halfway across the city, right? The garden offers a tranquil space for meditation. The gentle sound of rushing water rises from irrigation canals that are carefully hidden throughout the garden. You're not going into the garden because you're going to travel up this area to go up into the Temple of Narsis. But I'm going to show you a picture of the Hanging Gardens just because.
Because we walk by it and notice it.
Right. Boom, the Hanging Gardens.
I'd like to point out.
What's that?
I'd like to point out that when we wanted to find something in the Temple of Lutheria, we walked straight in. And that worked out.
It worked out pretty good.
So this will probably work out.
This will probably work out. Okay, so coming along, you notice on the left there's a pretty steep hill, and that's the Temple of the Shield that was mentioned earlier. I'm going to see if you can see or hear anything special. High on the hill north of the palace. You might or might not be able to hear some like drill commands marching, like left, right, right face, left face, column left. You hear a bunch of that junk on the inside, and you hear a bunch of foot stomps on the dirt up there. Okay, and so you get up to the palace entry area. You go through like this little gate. If you were to go any further south, you would be on the palace grounds. So that little golden gate right there, you can't go through. But just to the left of it is the entrance to the Temple of Narsis. And behind the temple, you can see that there are just grounds. You can see like a little waterway that runs into a pond right there. Little what do you call it? Aqueduct kind of deal, and some outbuildings. But let's read number 3. The temple is located in the center of the palace grounds. In stark contrast to the simple elegance of Arisian design, the building is covered with ornate engravings and golden statuary. As you walk in, because you can, The temple is full of mirrors, and its ceilings are covered in gold leaf. And there are priestesses moving about the temple, ranging in age from 12 to 24. You don't see any like ancient senior priestesses kind of deal. The oldest priestess in here is, mid-20s. They wear silky gowns and scarves wrapped to conceal everything except their eyes. So basically they're mummies, but all you can see is their eyes. Think Arab, Arabians. And they're, going around like polishing the mirrors, sweeping dust up, making sure the plants are watered. That's what you see. What would you like to do?
I suppose this is a temple. We could ask one of the priestesses for, like, general information.
Okay, let me find one of these priestesses here. There you go. So you approach this priestess.
Excuse me, miss. We're new to the city. We'd like to learn more about its temples, this one in particular. Could you tell us more about this place?
Oh, yes, absolutely. You are welcome here at the Temple of Narsis.
If you'll forgive my ignorance, I've not heard of Narsis before. Could you inform me more about them?
Them? What are you talking about?
I'm saying them as in, or I'm just using gender neutral terms.
What is that?
Oh,
there's only two genders. There's male and female.
Well, is Narcissus man or woman?
Well, there is also non-gendered. So like angels and
I said, hence like.
But they don't use words like them. That's for a crowd of people.
Yeah. Well, I don't know whether to refer to Narcissus as a man or a woman. I'd assume.
Well, the priestess says, if you're not sure of someone's gender, you always default to the male. It's always he or she. But if you're not sure, say he.
Well, I didn't want to offend Narcissus.
Oh, that's being very polite. You're being overly polite. But that's not the world that we live in.
Well, I don't know much about Narcissus. Could you tell me about him?
Sure, absolutely. He was the protector of, and always will be, the protector of our city here in Arisia. And he's obviously the god of beauty, so he's very gorgeous to look upon. And if you were ever blessed with an opportunity to look upon him, you will know what I mean. He is very stunning and attractive, and we do everything in our power to make sure that he is happy. But he hasn't really needed to do anything to protect the city because we haven't been attacked in a while. But when we do, well, let me try to say this. The last attack on the city was before I was born. I assume, and from what everyone tells us, is he will come out and defend us against those Metrosians.
So it was like 8 years ago.
Oh no, I'm 19.
This might
She
seem like
blushes a little.
This might seem odd, but I recently heard that 5 years ago, the Metrosians' gods were discovered to be false.
Oh, we've been saying that for the last 500 years.
Yes.
Obviously, that didn't happen here. They wouldn't have the temple still.
Well, yeah,
This was the great Narsis.
Yes. So, but it's it is. I'm trying to think of the right word. Comforting to know that Narsis is a true god and not a dragon in disguise. Like,
You mentioned being blessed with gazing upon Narcissus in person. Is that a possibility? Could we be blessed with viewing him in person?
Oh, that wouldn't be for us to say.
Who
we just maintain the temple.
Who would decide that?
Probably the queen.
Oh, that's a shame. Only the queen can decide who meets Narcissus.
Yeah, Queen Helen.
how does one gain audience with Queen Helen then?
Well, and they point over at this larger building over here and they say, well, that's her palace. And she doesn't really she doesn't meet with people. Well, through she hasn't made a public appearance in decades.
So
she looks at this priestess looks around the party and asks you all to tell her what your charisma is.
My charisma is
Yeah,
20.
Okay, not you. You're not a people.
Oh.
19.
I'm not a people either.
You are correct.
So
the only one she's looking at is the nymph and the half elf. Everyone else doesn't qualify as people.
But the nymph isn't a people.
Apparently, I am a people.
Yeah, nymph is people. Half elf is people. None of you are human. Humans would be people. But when it comes to like gnomes and satyrs and Leonin, you're not people.
Is it because I'm so horny?
Yes.
That's part of it. But what about you two? What are your charismas?
Hylas is 12.
Okay. So
I'm
you're
19.
a little bit better than average. What'd you say?
19.
Okay. So she moves up to you with a 19 charisma. And she reaches out to grab your arm.
But I still want to try to my
She's
charm
ignoring
on
you.
her same. Yeah, I still
She's
want to try to
ignoring
charm on her. All right.
She's reaching out to grab Ptolemy's arm. I'm giving you an opportunity to either allow this or to discourage this.
Why is she reaching for my arm?
Because
she
you're
wants
hot.
yeah, you're hot. She's reaching out, like you're just standing there, and she walks up and she's offering her hand to like grab your arm.
I mean, I'm not going to stop it. She's not trying to stab me or anything.
Yeah, she doesn't have she's not coming at you with a sword or anything. She grabs your arm and she squeezes relatively tight, like she's got an important point she needs to make, and she pulls herself in close. She doesn't pull you to her, she pulls herself to you, and she says, "The Queen would love you."
Good to know.
Tommy, go for it.
All night. And
Yes.
maybe if you survive, you would maybe the next night as well.
If I survive, I don't like that caveat.
Well, you know how it is when you get rough in bed, don't you?
Apparently I don't.
Oh, you just haven't had a good woman then. The Queen is the master.
Okay, well, I'll just I'll put that in the back of my mind.
You should agree.
Tommy, we need that audience.
And then she lets go of your arm, and she steps back and says, "If there's nothing else, I'm going to return to my duties." And then she
One last question.
Okay.
She
Does
said
Narsis live in this temple?
No, he doesn't show his face here in this temple.
Something tells me the Queen keeps him close.
Oh, yes. The Queen and Narsis, absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you.
She's the high priestess of the Temple of Narsis.
That's very good information.
That's good to know. Perhaps Ptolemy should go meet with her.
Well, why don't we discuss this outside?
Why can't we discuss it here?
Well, you're free to walk the garden grounds or whatever if you want.
Why don't we head to those gardens we saw earlier and speak there?
You want to go to the Hanging Gardens?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hylas was just calling them the gardens probably because he doesn't know the proper name, what they actually call them, but so he's just calling them the gardens.
Okay, when you go into the gardens, you can see that there are a group of people in there. Sorry, that had gone down the wrong way. That they have baskets, like wicker baskets, and they're plucking olives. They're green olives. Now, the gardeners are led by this handsome centaur. I think I might even have my hand out for him. I do. Wait, did I click that right? Okay, yeah. Yeah, he's in the garden. And he has these gardeners plucking the olives, and you can tell that they are not well, none of you have a farmer or any kind of like agricultural background, do you? I don't think any of you do. But you can tell it looks like they're being very meticulous. Like they will take one olive, pluck it, they'll look at it, inspect it, and put it in their basket. Then they'll pluck one more and they'll look at it and they'll inspect it to make sure that it passes their rigorous quality control. And they're not saying anything or doing anything. They're just plucking and stuffing, and he's standing there and he's watching his team.
Hmm.
I guess they make good olive oil here.
And he stands a full head above his team. Okay, whatever. Okay, so everyone make a perception check. This is something you might notice. What that basically means is I'm going to take either the average, or one person can roll with advantage, or two people can roll.
Oh, then
Too late. Everybody's rolling, so just roll and I'll take the average. It'll be a party. Okay, yeah, you definitely got some really good rolls. Hylas and Electo got some outstanding rolls. They counteract the 2 and the 11. All right, so you all notice, or, one person notices, they turn their head, and everybody sees you turning your head, and so they look and they notice it as well. So from up here in the palace, on the second floor of this little area, there's an open window. And in the window, you see a woman looking down at the centaur. With you can almost see, she's on her elbows, hands on her cheeks, and she's kind of like swooning. She's just looking like she might like what she sees. But that's coming from the palace. All the other windows are closed. You notice, you glance back, what do you do?
Do you guys think that's the queen?
I don't know, but she's eyeballing.
Ptolemy, if you sleep with the queen and it goes well, we could have a nice alliance on our hands.
No.
Once she notices that she's being noticed, she closes the shutters.
You know what? I don't know if this is a smart move or a dumb move, but I'm going to go up to the centaur and say, who is that woman in the window staring at you? And I point to the newly closed window.
Yeah, so he glances up and he can't see her because the window's now closed.
If he asks what she looks like, he's going to describe her as best he can. Alex will describe her as best he can.
Okay. That sounds like Queen Helen.
Well, from what I saw, she appeared to be quite taken with you.
Means
he flips his hair back. Yes, I get that quite a bit.
That means that maybe she likes more than just people. Maybe I do have a chance.
I mean... Oh god, I just got the joke.
Well, she likes Centaur Man. Maybe I have a chance.
Okay, so anybody?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Anybody can make a history or a religion roll, your choice.
I'll go for history.
Okay.
I'm bad at both of those.
I am equally good at both, so I will go religion.
Okay. Okay, it looks like Elias knows. And he would be the only one that knows this. Legend has it. Did roll history, right? Okay, legend has it that these unique olive trees were gifted to the Eurasian settlers by centaur druids before the First War, and they are sacred trees of the Mother Goddess.
Inform the party
Okay.
and make sure that tell Scruffle not to take any olives.
Well, that means they're just like the ones on the Isle of the Golden Heart.
Yeah, but they're not ours.
Yeah, but what we have?
But they're not. These olives are not ours.
Yes, but why would I care
They're
about
not.
them?
It just seems something you would care about.
We already have access to special sacred olives.
All right.
Well, we know the queen likes centaurs.
Or does she?
Maybe she just really likes olives.
Yeah. Maybe she's just fond of working men.
Maybe she just likes her men big.
It's my time to shine.
So the question is, how do we get into the palace?
I mean, right now our best bet is Ptolemy.
We could walk in the front door.
No, I'd be the only one able to walk in the front door, because, you know.
I'm prettier than you, and she likes centaurs, so...
Okay, something happened, so I need you guys to be quiet. Okay, so while you guys are discussing like what to do next, there is an old woman dressed in robes covering her head from the sun. Basically, she looks like she might have came to the Hanging Gardens to meditate or to relax or whatever, just as maybe to play chess, as your retired people would do. So she comes into the Hanging Gardens. You notice that she immediately notices you as a group, and she stumbles over to your group and bumps into Andromaca. And when she bumps into Andromaca, she says in a hushed tone, "You're wanted at the intersection." And then she pushes you and says, "Forget it, I don't want you," and walks away.
My eyes are as big as saucers. First thing I do is make sure all my potions are still on my belt.
Okay.
And then I reach over whoever to my left, whomever it may be, pull them in, and I say, "We're wanted at the intersection." Then I push them and say, "Get off of me! I didn't want you anyway."
What?
I want to know who he's doing this to.
Whomever is to my left.
That would be Hylas.
Well,
I do whisper it loud enough for everybody in the party can hear. We're wanted at the intersection.
Do you
But-
say it loud enough for the centaur to hear?
No, just loud enough for maybe 2 or 5 feet away. So
Okay.
You don't cast Thunderwave while you say it?
no,
That's a first.
I know not to say it loud enough for the centaur to say it because she was being hush hush.
What in the world is the intersection?
Oh, that's where two things come together.
Why don't we go over here?
Which intersection could she be talking about, though?
Why don't we walk over here first? Away from.
All right.
Yeah, we walk slightly further away.
To where?
Yeah, let's.
All she said was, I'm good looking, but she doesn't want me. Meet me at the intersection.
And then you said the same thing to me. Anyway, let's go to the intersection.
But what intersection? That's what I've been saying.
She did not specify. So
So the
probably
nearest one?
either the nearest one or probably the most popular one in town. I mean, we could always have the short one hold up the sign.
Maybe we could ask somebody if there's like a famous intersection in the city, but that'd be kind of a suspicious question.
Well, we already look like tourists, so
I'm gonna go turn to the center and say, "Hey, do you know any popular places in the city besides the Temple of Narsis and these beautiful gardens you tend to?"
I'm sorry, I was reading. What'd you just say?
Is that Hylas is asking the centaur if there's any popular places within the city besides the Temple of Narsis and these beautiful gardens the centaur is tending to.
Well, there is the Red Lotus at the bottom of the hill there. That's where people go to drink. You could go to the market. It's over by the river. Other than that, there's the gallery. There's a lot of nice paintings over there. But yeah, and there's also the gym if you want to work out. But that seems a little frivolous. And he gets back to monitoring his men that are plucking olives.
I say we go to the nearest intersection.
It's as good a lead as we've got, I guess.
Okay, so where are we going exactly? Show me like a path or a route. Okay, and then
That's what I'm thinking.
right there. Okay. Okay, so you get down at the bottom of the hill, and you see these little trees over here. There is someone standing under a tree in the shadows, but not hidden, just hiding. Hiding, but not hidden. So, kind of like trying to be inconspicuous, but also allowing you to see them. That.
Cool mask he's got.
Yeah. And Yeah. Give me a moment. Because you're approached by this dude. Okay. Let me go there and see what this says. Okay, here we go. So as you approach, I assume you walk up to this Shadow Master or whatever they are. And what would you like to say first? Are you going to say first or wait for them to say something?
Hello.
Why, hello, my friends. And what you hear is a very deep female voice. You can tell it's female, but it's very deep. Like 20 years of smoking cigarettes. I don't know.
What can I do you for?
Yeah. No, it's not that bad. It's not. Maybe 5 years. No, but she's like, I know that I know what you're looking for. You're not being subtle.
Well, yeah, we're not a subtle group. It's kind of one of our weaknesses.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, our deal is done. And she turns and starts walking away.
Wait, hold up.
Ignore the idiot.
She keeps walking.
I'm gonna, Hylas will follow her.
Scruffle, admit you know what she's talking about. She's leaving. She's obviously trying to help us.
But that wouldn't be subtle.
If we just walked in and pulled arms off, it would be so much easier than doing this.
Scruffle, just admit to the nice, mysterious lady you know what she's talking about.
I absolutely do. I was just testing you guys.
Turn around.
She stops about halfway down this path.
I think we're supposed to follow her.
I guess you follow her, I guess is what you're trying to do, because...
I mean, Hylas already started following her.
Yeah,
right,
I follow her.
Right. She stops and turns around and says, "Are you trying to get me killed?"
To be fair...
And she's looking straight at Scruffle. No. Well, you can't really tell because you can't see her eyes. She's got this Spider-Man like silk covering across on the inside of the mask, so you can't see her eyes.
To be fair, I think Scruffle is trying to get Scruffle killed.
No more outbursts like that. Guards are everywhere. And she looks up and down the path and says, "Follow me." And then she steps into this little area over here that's kind of surrounded by trees and out of sight of everybody. And she says, "You're looking for Narsis." And you can tell that her voice is deep, but she's keeping the volume way down. Like she only wants whoever's like standing immediately in front of her to hear her.
Yeah.
Hylas says in a voice in a volume similar to hers, why is that a bad thing? I mean, I'm genuinely curious.
What do you mean?
Like, why is looking for Narsis bad?
Well, everyone knows that he's the teacher's pet.
Oh, yeah.
And if you are looking for him, there must be a reason, and that reason is not coming from the teacher's pet.
So, what's your interest in this?
Ooh, so you're cutting to the chase. I like it. I can give you the information of where he's being held. But to do that, you have to do something for me first.
Which is?
Help me kill the teacher.
That seems like it's probably going to go hand in hand with what we wanted anyways.
Then we have a deal?
Sure.
All right.
Very well.
Sure.
I have a way into the palace. I mean the school. Where the teacher is located. It's a back door, if you will.
Okay.
The teacher's back door?
Yes, the teacher's back door.
Of all the times to not have Laurentius.
Yeah. So.
Isn't the royal family cursed to never die?
Until tonight, that might be true.
What do you get out of this?
The queen's death?
What queen? I thought we were talking about the teacher.
The teacher's death?
Yeah, this is clearly the substitute.
Yes.
And they want more work.
She is not a good person. She enslaves her men and feeds upon them carnally and prevents the student from surfacing.
I think she's embellishing a little bit. I think this, but I don't say it.
Is the queen a succubus?
Hey, what is it? What is it that you?
Yes, the queen is a succubus. If I knew what that was.
Okay. What is it that
sounds
you
evil.
do?
What?
What is it that you do?
The teacher is keeping the student all to herself.
Correct. That is absolutely correct. And not only is she keeping the student after work or after class, she's also testing him.
Oh, she's testing him.
I just want to say I was thinking succubus was a Greek word, but it's Latin. But even funnier, it comes from the word for prostitute.
Oh Lord. And
Is the queen a whore?
what is it that you do though?
You mean when I'm not meeting strangers in a dark alley?
Yes.
That's what I do. I teach my own students.
Oh.
Where's this way in?
She points up to here where it shows the Temple of Shadows. From there, we have an underground passage that leads into the palace.
Why?
Why not?
Andromaca, remind me to check my shrine when we get home.
Look, I'm a little blunt. Don't forgive me. If you have an underground hidden tunnel going into the palace, why do you want us to do your dirty work?
It's hard to lay your hands on the throne when they're covered in blood.
That
Leaves handprints.
and if we get caught, well,
I'm pretty sure you know who we are.
If she doesn't, there's no need to point it out.
Oh, I'm not going that route.
we're outsiders.
I'm
If we
fishy.
get caught, it won't lead back to her.
This is okay. Let me see if I can enlighten you without revealing too much. Okay. The Temple of the Shadow. The Temple of the Shadow is a training ground for spies and assassins loyal to the Queen. I am the Grand Master of the Shadow.
There's also possibly an oath involved.
There is not, but the Temple of the Shadow is full of students that are loyal to the teacher. And if I was to make a move, I might have to
Do some house cleaning afterwards.
I might have to do some house cleaning of my own house. But I can't bring myself to fight my own students. Now, they're loyal to me as well, but if I was to move on the teacher, they might question my motives. Where you could
Retire the teacher.
Yeah, you could go through through our tunnels, and I don't know how this would work, because you don't have to do any killing if you don't want. I'm just saying, help me kill. And if you help me do that, I'll give you the information to where Narsis is being held. It doesn't have to be today. You can think upon it. Come back to me and tell me what you think and how you want to do this. But these students don't just live at the temple. They go out and do missions for the queen by going around town, staying at, in other temples or in the marketplace, whatever.
All right.
They bump into people and say you got a meeting. And we try not to bring any attention to ourselves. And sometimes people that disagree with the queen wind up suicided.
Well, personally, I think this is our best shot, taking the agreement.
I agree that we should retire the teacher.
Yes. I think that would be wise. I think that would be best for everyone in the city.
And I suppose you would be filling the void.
No.
No.
So who would be the new teacher upon the current one's retirement?
I don't think she has a daughter. I'm trying to see here. The current queen is Helen.
I mean, if she doesn't have an heir, typically it would be some sort of council.
This is not typical. There was only ever one king of Eresia, Carpathos, the father of Calliope. His history was carefully buried. From Calliope's reign onward, there is never another male monarch. The queens take male consorts, but no queen would suffer a king to be revered above Narsis.
Oh.
Yeah, because Narsis has been locked up for like 500 years.
So perhaps we free Narsis and retire the queen, and Narsis could just take over in the role everyone's always thought he was in.
I mean, that's assuming if Narsis wants to be freed. I mean, it sounds like he has a pretty cushy.
Is it? What time of day is it?
It's afternoon, maybe 1.
Okay.
I don't think the queen has a daughter, so it would be a void. There would be no ruler at that time. Someone else would have to be maybe.
Yeah, like a council would come together, and I'm just saying, based on what I know from real world politics, even at that time, a council would come together, and they would just either vote on they would essentially vote in a new ruler.
Yeah, she does have a council of advisors.
Yeah.
Question. So, well, not a question. I'm saying to her. So, we meet here at dark.
I think we can just go straight to the temple.
Yeah. I think we're all in agreement to retire the teacher.
Well, the queen has a legion of 100 warrior monks.
We have Andromaca.
I mean, we also have
A Scruffle.
we also have a Kyra. That's assuming Kyra would assist us with this.
This time I don't ask. I say it. We'll meet you here at dark. Is that fair enough?
Me right here? At dark?
Well, we need to know where the tunnel's at.
Yeah, it's from the Temple of the Shadow.
Yeah.
She
So why don't we
points
just
the
go to
hill.
the temple?
We'll meet you there at dark.
Okay, sounds good. All right, and so I'll see you at dark then, and she walks off and disappears.
Are you guys crazy? We've got 2 kings here, and we're going to go into a throne room and try to hack somebody's head off.
Well, as long as you don't declare yourselves kings, I think it'll be fine.
I'm just saying, this is not. I don't think this is what we're about.
I mean,
we're
believing in an assassin over a beloved queen. Assassin. Beloved.
I mean that the priestess pretty much implied I'd suffer some kind of harm if I actually met the queen.
Okay, she's got really weird sexual tendencies.
I mean, it's pretty clear this queen is not a nice person.
I think we need proof of that before we go start pulling arms off. I have a hard time trusting this app.
It's been implied that she kills all her male lovers.
Well, she hasn't killed Narsis.
Yes, but Narsis,
God.
Narsis
was
God. Like, yeah, Narsis is essentially worshipped as a god. So it's like, you're not gonna kill him. Like Narsis is her top prize. She is not going to kill him. But all her other male lovers have been hinted at dying, being killed.
I would rather
we
get
don't
the
know.
information. Go ahead.
Why they're killed, we don't know.
I would rather get the information that she's got, get into the castle, get Narcissus, and leave, and not kill the queen, and then fight her army in the battlefield one-on-one and be done with it.
Yeah, but if we kill the queen, we don't have to fight our army then in the battlefield. That's one less.
They're going to
fight.
There's no way around fighting our army in the battlefield if we kill the queen. Even if we take Narcissus, still going to send an army.
Yes, but if the queen is dead, like, the city's going to be more focused on trying to replace her than trying to prepare for a war with Mitros, and we don't know if Mitros is prepared for a war.
Either way, they're going to know it was us. When our monks come to her rescue.
That's why you silence the witnesses.
That's why we kill the queen before she summons her monks.
I'm with Andromaca. I'm not about to kill another royal-blooded person just to get this information.
I say we get as much information as we can off of her. Go in, tell her none the difference, and then remove the assassin from the picture because I cannot trust them. I mean, I don't have spies or assassins. Well, what if one of my guards was like, "Hey, kill the king for me"?
I
Would
mean,
you guys go that route?
You told us to do that if your rule's ever questionable.
you're the king. You probably have spies and assassins, even if you don't know you have spies and assassins.
Well, then they need to keep it to themselves. But
If we play this game, then me and Andromaca are in danger.
Fine. We can, at the very least, use the route she has to sneak into the palace and just look around for Narsis or question someone on his location.
Okay,
On board with that.
Kyra's in attendance, and she speaks up and says, don't always take the first gift. Maybe we walk around town and talk to maybe some of the others and find out what their opinions are, and maybe we try to determine if there's another way.
absolutely.
And we could also probably find out how
I don't want to kill the queen. That seems like an extreme measure.
No.
But,
Yeah, and
but if
also
we have
find
to
out.
do it, we got to do it. Let's do it. Let's go kill the queen.
There is only one queen or queen we've met that we have not killed. Well, two. Valis being one, and then the fire lizard, which I'm pretty sure my brother's probably already dead by now, but she sacrificed him. But
And the Amazons. Oh wait, you killed them.
oh, that's yeah.
I mean, we can.
To be fair, they were Medusa.
To be fair, they weren't really the rightful heir, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, that, and we can find out how the city feels about their queen too.
I'd love that, and I'd love to get rid of this backpack. So,
How about we reserve judgment for after we see the queen, and if she's some sort of clearly evil being, I say I told you so, and then we take care of it. Otherwise, we take Narsis and we go back to Mitros.
It's always a plan B. I mean, we don't have to use this to begin with. I mean, we know about a secret tunnel now.
How could she not be evil? Look at that face.
Maybe she's... I don't think vampires are a Greek thing either. Never mind.
Well, yeah, I don't know if
Look up in Medusa. Greeks did have vampires. Medusa.
she does look that way, but
she could just
If
be
we were-
depressed.
If we were to judge rulers on their looks,
I know.
Andromaca wouldn't still be here.
That's right.
just because I'm furry. Okay, fair enough.
The action doesn't have to be tonight. I mean, you can take a day or two to figure this out, or or you can bum rush if you think that time is of the essence.
It might be, but maybe we could ask around about the relationship between the palace and the Temple of Shadows.
Yeah, I mean, we could take a couple days. Actually,
I think.
I mean, for all we know, right now we know where Narsis most likely is, and he probably isn't going anywhere soon.
I think asking about the shadow group is the wrong thing to do because they're probably everywhere. Why don't we just walk around saying wonderful things like "Praise be the Queen" and see how people react?
I don't think that would get us anywhere.
We'd have to directly ask them their opinions.
I've got it. Get someone blitz ass drunk and ask them what they think about the Queen.
I mean, we do know where drunks hang out.
Well, you did talk to a Minotaur who was happy to live here. He said this was a great place to live.
Yeah, because this is getting into politics, not...
And the Red Lotus, what is it, Jocasta, she seemed like she was happy.
seemed like she was happy. It's the operative word.
Right.
But if everybody is so happy to be here, why is the spy master wanting to kill the queen?
Spy
Personal
master.
gain.
She wants, personal gain. She doesn't feel justified. Maybe the queen made her sit down in her chair and be quiet for a little bit.
I mean, we could always ask her when we go to the Temple of Shadows, but
I'm burning it down on the way out. Watch.
In any case, who should we go to look for information then?
I mean, we could always split up. There's the marketplace, the gallery, the Red Lotus, where people like to drink.
Okay, just FYI, this is out of character. If the party splits up, which is fine, you guys can definitely do that. I'm going to spend the majority of the time with the majority group. So if there's 3 in one and 2 in the other, I'm going to spend most of the time with the 3.
That's fair.
Are we in that much of a hurry? Do we need to split up?
I mean, no, that's just a suggestion, but
Yeah, I mean, whatever you guys want to do. There's been 500 years of him being imprisoned here.
yeah.
Whoa.
He's been here for the past 500.
Wait.
He's not gonna care if we take an extra day or two. He doesn't.
Right.
You know what?
He doesn't know we're here to rescue him, and this is assuming he wants to be rescued. He's essentially the Queen's boy toy.
We are idiots.
Probably very well.
We are absolute idiots. 500 years. You tell me what human being lives 500 years?
For the past
kind that's a dragon and a god?
Yeah, for the past 100 years, he's been a god.
I'm talking
But
about
the queen. There's been multiple queens.
Yeah, it's implied.
Okay. Now I don't feel like I'm not as paranoid. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been a king here in a long time because none of the queens would have a king over.
But legend
Over
does say that their family is cursed with undeath.
Yeah, there's that too. So it's possible that she is undead.
I have a great way of finding out.
So do I.
Ptolemy.
Cut her head off.
Well,
I'd
there's
have to be
that,
in her
but
presence.
Well, that's the plan.
I mean, there's
Oh yeah, Ptolemy, paladin.
Yeah.
And if she's not, I'm happy to pull off her arms for her. I've not done that yet.
Wait, if she's not undead, you're happy to pull off her arms?
No, if she's undead, I'm more than happy to assist with
Emergency arm removal surgery.
Absolutely.
All right. So, all right. Well,
So do you want to go to the Red Lotus, get a room, drop off your gear, or do you want to go visit one of these other temples?
I vote we go to the Red Lotus and get a room to drop off our gear, at the very least. Like, if we're gonna spend a couple days trying to gauge on how people feel about their queen.
Okay. So, you go to the Red Lotus, and you, Jocasta is behind the bar. She looks like she just finished running some errands. She's back. She's got a little bit of sweat on her brow. Her hair is matted down. like maybe she had one of those wraps or something on her head when she went out in the sun. But it looks like she just got back from the market, and yeah, and she's there serving drinks and food. And what would you like to say?
Has anybody told you this evening that you look absolutely lovely?
Well, thank you.
Can we get a room?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Our southern wing here, and she points down this, is all stalls basically with doors that you can go in and have like a little bed cot kind of thing going on. And if you want a group room, it's only 1 silver, and if you want your private room, it's 2 silver. Doesn't include any food. That's just room.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay with the group room. I mean, we're going to spend our money here in food anyway.
Excellent. Yeah.
Might well let the bard sing us some songs later on in the room, entertain us while we're drinking and eating.
Okay.
You know I charge for that.
And
That's okay. It's always paying.
And if you need to use the privy, we have an open air privy out by the water. It's basically a bench with 5 seats on it. Or a bench with 5 holes on it. And it falls straight into the river.
Right. Only people go to the bathroom outside.
Well, there is no indoor plumbing.
I think he's saying he misses the comfort of his litter box.
Oh.
Take
Okay,
it
a
back.
litter box might be okay. Oh, and just so you know, Elias, Valis has proposed a aqueduct system to those bathrooms that are outside in the city streets, which is where everyone goes, either on the roof of their house or in the city streets. She's devised this aqueduct system that will run water underneath the chairs and wash it away.
I mean, I would accept that and put that into action.
Yeah, well, it was kind of postponed in the past, but if you want to reinvigorate that, you can. But that's just something for future knowledge.
Oh.
Public bathrooms. They're not rooms, public bath chairs, actually. Okay, so yeah, so you get a room, you pay, you visit your rooms. They're very Spartan. Basically, you got a table, a bed, a water basin to pour some water in to wash your hands and your underarms, and a little spot in the corner where you can drop your backpack.
Yeah.
Maybe a blanket.
Because I've got a lot of potions on me, and I really would prefer not to carry all of them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because you're just going to be wandering around town, really. So
Right.
You drop everything you don't really need in your own rooms. They do have doors with locks, so you can lock your door, and you could take the key with you. It's got a room number on a piece of wood attached to the key, so you can remember. Or if it gets lost, it says go back to the Red Lotus.
What is your view on potions and how they're readied?
It's an action to use a potion.
Well, I mean, 10 potions on a belt, that's just weird to me.
You can't have 10 potions on a belt. You can't have any potions on a belt.
Okay, so how would you carry them? Be in your backpack?
Well, no. It takes an action to get anything out of a backpack.
Okay.
So if you had it in your backpack and you pulled a potion out, that'd be one action, and then it would be another action to drink it. So what most people do is they'll tie a string around a potion and tie it to their belt.
Okay.
But if you have more than, because they make an item specifically called a potion bandolier.
Okay.
And it's made specifically so that you can draw a potion out as a bonus action.
Well, I'm not interested in that. I just don't want to look stupid carrying around, all these potions.
Well, you wouldn't. You would just be considered like maybe an alchemist or something. They would look at you as maybe somebody that you would look different. But yeah, 1 or 2 potions hang maybe in a belt pouch. That'd be fine. Because potions aren't that big. They're only about 2 inches, about that big, and you just pull it out and drink it.
All right.
So you could put 3 or 4 in a belt pouch with no problem. And you can have as many belt pouches as you want because you're the king. Okay, so once you guys get settled in, where do you want to go?
Well, we could tour the temples, I suppose.
That would be good.
Yes.
The gates, the temples. Which temple would you like to go to first? Just pick a temple.
Temple of the Shield.
Okay, the one up that you heard the marching and stuff. Okay, no problem. So you go up there, you and you get to the top. Okay. It opens up into a courtyard, and in the courtyard, you can see a number of soldiers, monks maybe, basically they look just like the Arisian I showed you. They're walking in formation, and they're doing drill and ceremonies. Somebody is walking along with them, hollering out commands, and they're obeying those commands. Let me get my key locations out. See if there's anything unusual. Temple of the Shield. The temple sits high on the hill just north of the palace, in close proximity to the city's seat of power. Warriors march through this area in disciplined formations, wearing brilliant red cloaks and heavy shields polished to perfection. Because it is the Temple of the Shield, after all. When you arrive, there is a group standing in formation on the far side of about 10. And they're being lectured to by an instructor. But there is another group of about 20 off to the left side, and they're all standing really close. Like, if you ever heard the term make your buddy smile, that's how close they are. These guys are almost inside of each other, and they're holding their shields in a way that they're protecting each other with their shields, and they've got their spears out. And there's an instructor yelling at them how they're not tight enough when you walk in. And one of the guys, you can tell, is maybe 6 inches out of place, and he gets hit with a sword still in the sheath. The guy just smacks him really hard in the head, almost knocking him out. You can see he falls to his knees. Get up. You're weak. Stand up. Get back in formation.
Is there anybody who's not doing anything? Like,
Nope.
seems free to
No one is free. Everybody is either training or being trained. It's midday as well.
This would be my type of place to be.
Pervert.
And then after a brief pause of you guys kind of taking the scene in, this guy comes out of the far wall. There's a door on the far side. He comes out, and I have a picture of him. Her. Whoops, it's a her. Sorry, my bad. And she strides across the temple grounds and walks right up to you guys.
Oh, shouldn't be a dragon rider.
Bam. She has more armor than most. And yeah.
Andromeda is lost.
She walks up and she looks you over. She's looking over. You can tell that she's evaluating you as potential threats or partners. You know, she's you can tell she's evaluating you, looking you from head to toe. And she just stands there.
Greetings. We're new to the city, and we were interested in the warriors in the Temple of the Shield.
She draws her sword.
Not in, like, fighting them, just in...
She says, "Prove yourself." You speak, and she points her sword at Ptolemy. And then she gets into a defensive position behind her shield.
I've got money.
And says, "Roll initiative," unless you don't want to roll initiative.
I mean, if she wants to fight me, then sure.
She's standing there, like, ready to fight. And she says, "Prove yourself."
I'll give it a try.
Okay.
Okay, where is my... Here you are.
I am all smiles. Andromeda's loving this.
Are you?
Yeah, unless he loses, then I'm... Little did this person know she could have defeated a Titan. That's what I'm thinking in my head if she wins.
Okay, I've got my initiative. I've got your initiative. And, oh, wait. I need to do descending. There we go. And she goes first. She... Okay, this says spear, but ignore that. She's using a sword.
That hits.
I don't see it. Where is it at? There we go. Okay, so she got a 25 or something like that. Okay, she hits you, and this is non-lethal. You don't even have to mark it down. You can keep track of it separately if you want, or you can reduce your hit points to 0 and then bring it back up to full. She's basically just tiring you out, basically. Fighting you, hitting you, slashing you, but not to the point where she's trying to kill you. All right, and then she says, does a 27 hit? Yes. How about another 11?
The armor of invulnerability comes into play here, right?
I don't know. What does it do?
Is she doing magical damage to me?
No, but what's the armor and vulnerability?
I mean the breastplate invulnerability.
Yeah, what does
You
it
know,
do?
it gives me resistance to non-magical piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning damage.
Really?
Yeah, it's epic.
That's some bullshit. Yeah, it would come into play.
Okay. Is she done?
I'm laughing too hard.
You can use an action to make yourself immune.
Yeah. I'm
Oh
so
shoot,
laughing.
I forgot about that
Yeah,
part.
I know it.
But it's not your action yet. But yeah, you can use your action to make yourself immune. So she hits you, did some damage. It's halved because you're resistant, right?
Right.
Okay.
Alright, I'm not going to use that feature yet to keep it a fair fight for now. Mostly fair.
I was gonna say you already have resistance. This is cheating.
Well, she should have thought of that before she challenged me to a fight.
She's actually uses a bonus action to disengage, and then she moves 40 feet away from you.
Okay, now that's some bullshit.
I could still get her. I don't know why you have a problem with it.
She says, I see. It's not fair.
No,
Yeah, we
he's
really
just
should have
very skilled.
set some ground rules before the battle, but whatever.
Everyone notices that the students and the other instructors are now watching.
Okay, I move 30 feet forward and prepare to action to stab her once she comes into range.
Okay. That works. Anything else?
That's really all I can do.
That's all you can do. Okay. She's like, because you're only 10 feet away from her. Okay, so she jumps into the air and she does a flip and she's getting ready to land on top of you, but you get your reaction. Go ahead and strike her.
All right. $28.
Yeah, that probably is.
All right, so 13 non-lethal damage.
Hang on. How much?
13 non-lethal damage.
13. Okay. So she lands on you with her 2 feet on your shoulder, or, as she's coming down, she's kicking, like kicking in the air, And the first one does
Misses.
a 15 miss? Okay. And then her second kick is a 12. Okay, so a 12 misses also. So when she hits the ground, she strikes with her sword. And does an 18 hit you?
That 18 hits, yeah.
Okay, so you'll notice she made 2 unarmed strikes and then 2 sword strikes. And does only 10 damage, which is half. And then she'll use her bonus action to disengage, and then she'll move 40 feet away from you.
How large is this courtyard?
It's pretty large, but she's not going straight. But if I was to measure it, I would say 150 feet to one side, and then probably 150 feet the other way.
Okay. So if possible, I'd like to corner her so
Mhm.
she can't move her full distance away from me. But
Right.
we'll see how that works.
Yeah. And then hold your action.
Yeah, move forward, hold my action to stab her again.
Okay. So she does the same thing. She jumps in the air, gets ready to land on you. Dang, dude.
15 damage.
15 damage. Okay, let me get back to my selection tool. Yeah, you're tiring her down probably faster than she's tiring you down, actually. And when she comes down, she goes with her 2 unarmed attacks. I'm just going to roll them all. And then 2 melee attacks. And it looks like only 1 hits, right? The crit? Okay. So you'll notice that her unarmed attack does 16 damage, but it does a lot more than that. She's going to ask you... to make a Constitution saving throw.
Alright, 1 Constitution save. 24.
Yep, that's fine. And then she... bonus action, disengage, and then she moves away from you. But because she has to run around you, we'll say she only gets 30 feet away from you.
Finally.
Yeah.
Alright, so I close in, and I get my second attack this time.
Nice.
Does a 16 hit her?
No.
Oh, wow, crit fail. Oh, wait, can I use one of the nightly rerolls?
That's between you and the party. Since this is the last 15 minutes, I probably would.
I would have used it on both of them, but just saying.
Okay, so reroll.
Okay, excellent.
It's only the first roll. There you go.
But I miss.
Yeah.
So I will end my turn.
Right. She will kick you twice. 21?
Hit.
Okay, before I make a decision, she has Constitution saving throw. Takes 6 damage.
Alright, Constitution... 19.
Okay. So obviously you, and she says this out loud, obviously you are a sturdy warrior. So she kicks you again. Does 18 hit you?
It does.
This time make a strength saving throw.
I'm afraid I'm also quite the strong warrior.
Ooh. Barely. Okay. Sword. Sword. Okay, the last sword hits. Does 11 piercing. Or slashing, actually.
Alright, so another 6.
Right. Wait, you round it down, so it's only 5. You always round down.
Round down, got it.
And, have you had enough?
Have you had enough?
Okay, speed of the eagle. She disengages and moves 40 feet.
Alright, so we're doing this again. Advance 30, prepare to action to stab her when she comes for me.
Okay.
Why don't you just stand still? Let her use up her movement speed.
She
Because
jumps and she goes to kick you. So are you assisting from the sideline, Electo?
Stop chasing her!
it's a fair fight. I'm supposed to chase her.
Go ahead.
I'm overcoming her strategy with force.
It's just very one-sided. Stop beating him up.
Okay, should I make my attack or wait
You
for your
should
attacks?
make your attack, yes.
Okay. 23
That hits.
for 14 damage.
For 14 damage. Okay, she is feeling the effects of this. And she does 2 unarmed attacks. The first one is a 21, asking you to make a strength saving throw.
Oh no, the effects. I can feel them.
Right, strength save.
5, which turns into 2 bludgeoning. And then she strikes you again and misses. And then does the sword. And, whoa, okay. That's a bad roll. Let's see what happens to her. On the rebound, my weapon bounces off you and strikes me in the face. I take half the damage.
That's hilarious.
Okay, so she's. Are you carrying a shield?
I am.
Okay, so let's say that she hits your shield. You parry it out of the way. It bounces off the shield. It strikes her in the helmet. You can see that her eyes go dazed just a little bit because she has disadvantage on her next attack. And says, well done. And she just kind of drops her guard.
Are we done here?
I'm done. Are you done?
I'm done. That was quite the battle.
Yes, thank you. What can I do for you? My name is Halcyon. I'm the Grand Master here of the shield.
I can tell you're extremely skilled.
And then you hear her say, she glances over her left shoulder and says, knock him down. She points, and the instructor looks back and sees a guy standing there kind of resting on his spear. And so the instructor kicks the spear and the student falls down. I'm sorry. Students have to be ever vigilant, or these students will try to get away with things.
I can understand that.
I'm quietly approaching.
Okay.
Quietly approaching.
You can tell that a lot of the students, or at least that one student that fell on the ground, kind of looks at her like, if I could kill her, I would go kill her. Okay. And she's standing there. What can I do for you? I'm willing to speak with you.
Great. Like I said before our duel, we just wanted to learn more about the Temple of the Shield and Arisia in general.
Oh, the shield. Yes. It's one of the many techniques that Arisians study for their battles. I have to be ever vigilant with my students because I want them to make the queen proud. And many of my students are selected for the Royal Guard.
Oh, that's a high honor.
I know. Got to keep it up though. You can't let out. Gotta. And then she looks over her right shoulder and says, "Kill him." And the guy draws his sword and just stabs the guy in the chest.
What did that one do?
He wasn't standing straight.
Huh.
And you see the guy clutch the sword, and you can see spitting up blood, and he's like, "Oh my God, what did I do?" and then the priest runs out and starts healing him.
Oh, so he's only mostly dead. Okay.
Yeah, they've got to feel the effects.
The effects. I can feel them.
They have to know how it feels to be in battle. Is there anything else I can do for you? Are you here just to stand around and watch me train my students?
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely here to watch you train your students.
She kind of looks at you like,
I'm dodging.
Andromaca, do you need a napkin?
Is there some kind of subtle innuendo there?
No.
Okay.
Your form of combat is beautiful.
Yeah. Well, when she jumped up over you and flipped, nothing was exposed.
All right.
No, I mean,
she has something on under her skirt. Okay.
That's what I mean. He does find her very beautiful, like he's awestruck. But the form of combat,
yes,
man.
Well, you do know that our patron deity is the god of beauty.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Before we go, what criteria did they use to pick for the Royal Guard exactly? What do you see in a potential Royal Guard here in your school?
They have to be well disciplined, and they have to be proficient with weapons. They have to be loyal to the Queen, and they have to meet a certain criteria of sex appeal.
Sex appeal?
Well, I don't meet that requirement.
It's not my decision. It's the Queen. She doesn't always choose the best of my men. She only chooses the prettiest.
Has it always been that way?
As long as I've been around. And Halkin looks like she's a human being. So it hasn't been very long, maybe 20, 30 years.
Do we know how long the current Queen Helen, has reigned?
Probably 40 or 50 years.
Okay, so she's reigned for quite a while.
Yeah. Okay, and this is where we're going to call it for the evening, guys. Right here, with you visiting one of the other temples, the Temple of the Shield, and meeting Halkin, the Martial Master of the Grand Master of the Shield, actually, and learning a little bit about the way the Queen chooses her royal guard. And maybe you'll find out some more next week. But I'm going to go eat some dinner. I think I saw some Oriental stir fry in the kitchen. I'm going to have to go get it.
Okay.
All right, and I'll see a couple of you on Saturday.
Yes, indeed.
Absolutely.
All right, you guys have a good night.
Okay, bye.
It was fun. I liked it. I enjoyed it, and we got a lot administrative stuff knocked out as well.
Yep.
Ooh, and drop.